We do it for the glory. One shot, no stopping now. We do it for the glory. One chance to wear the crown. Do it for the glory.
Friends come and go, banners hang forever. See my number in the rafters, I apply the pressure. And holding up that trophy's like the buried treasure. Keep our eyes on the peak, cause that's the proper vision. Glory's the only mission.
We do it for the glory. One shot, no stopping now. We do it for the glory, glory. We do it for the glory, glory.
David beat Goliath. Gale and Hall will lift the trophy.
It's a heart, and that means it's over. Watson wins the Bahamas.
Dominic Panker has done it.
Really sick start to this kid's career.
Bang, 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 bang. Maria Lampropoulos is the PCA champion.
Elke wins the main event. Another year, another trophy.
Call him Mr. PCA. Develop calls and that's it. He will take the PCA title. The PCA is back.
Hello once again, welcome to the Bahamas and the PokerStars Caribbean Adventure 2023. This is day 5, the penultimate day of the PCA main event. We are down to the final 16. We are playing down to the final 6. Every single hand, live and cards up as we get down to the business stage of this 10K buy-in tournament. Hello everyone, it's James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Sam Grafton.
Hey guys.
52nd place finisher in the PCA main event. Sam, how was it for you?
Just 50 places off the $1 million score. Yeah, absolutely great fun. I enjoyed myself. There's a sort of holiday atmosphere here at PCA. It's serious poker, but in shorts and sandals.
I mean, you always seem to be enjoying yourself whenever you're at a poker table. We saw that when you were on the main stage. How do you feel about how you played?
Yeah, I feel like I played good. My exit hand was pretty standard, queens against aces. It's a real tough tournament to win, and I was happy with how it went.
He's a happy man.
I thought you said second place, but it turns out 52nd place is actually not as good.
Yeah, just so you know, Joe, if there's 16 players remaining, it's impossible.
All right,
someone
fine.
Second place prize money. Let's recap, shall we, how we got to this point in the tournament, how we got down to the final 2 tables. A field of 54, filled with big names, started the day. Along with Sam, Justin Bonomo and former EPT champ Steve O'Dwyer and Anton Wigg hit the rail early. As Christoph Chick built a big stack at the secondary feature table. After the redraw, Michel Detani took the chip lead in a huge cooler. His aces too much for Ramon Kalilas and Elias Gutierrez. EPT Sochi champ Artur Martirosyan closed out the day, eliminating Evan Sparling in 17th place. That left us with 16 players, and they return now for the start of day 5. Well, despite all of the players we have lost, there is still a lot of talent in the final 16. Let's check out who is still in and how many chips they have. Starting with the bottom end of the leaderboard, no super short stacks. Pedro Neves still playing more than 30 big blinds. Taylor Poor, Jonathan Little hovering around the 50 big blind mark. We are going to be at the 10-25 level for at least a couple of hands before rolling straight on. The top end of the leaderboard, Artur Martirosyan is the last remaining former EPT champion. As we established, Michel Detani leads the field with 116 big blinds. Sam, let's talk about the remaining players. This seems to me a very talented field. Did it feel like that? Did it feel like a tough field when you were playing?
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, there's a mix of pros and amateurs, but a lot of big names did seem to make it to the later stages of this tournament, and that continues right now with, as you say, someone like Artur, so talented and on the feature table.
Yeah, and let's talk about the chip leader. I recognise Michel Detani from the European Poker Tour. What can you tell us about him?
Yeah, he's been around for many years, very, very accomplished, a whole slew of online results. So he'll be very, very capable. Technically, of course, we don't associate him with that big marquee live score, but today and the coming days is his opportunity to make a name for himself on the live circuit.
Now we're watching here this hand where he busted 2 players, aces, queens, ace-king in the middle. Is it just Mirror's Poker? The ultimate chaos theory being put to the test. There's a lot of butterfly effect going on here.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. It's unbelievable that sometimes the cards get dealt and the best hand is 10 high at the table, and then you wait all day for queens. It's the best hand you've seen for 3 days, and there's 2 other better hands dealt at the table. It's remarkable.
Just so much going on. Now, tons and tons of Americans in this event. You're a European poker expert. Lots of Americans that we're not necessarily familiar with. How much of an unknown quantity are Americans in this, like Christoph Chick?
Yeah, exactly. There used to be a bit of a mythology that the American pros were a little bit weaker than us European pros, but I think that myth's being dispelled, and this is certainly a very, very talented poker player. Seems very, very comfortable at the table and seems to know what's going on. He'll certainly be a force.
Now, obviously, Christoph Chick is still a big stack, but no one has more chips right now than Michel Detani, and we spoke to the chip leader at the end of play last night.
I feel good about the spot I'm in. I've never been on this spot before, at least live. I have a couple deep runs, but actually this was the first time I made day 4 on an EPT or a PCA, or PokerStars event. So I'm pretty thrilled for tomorrow.
You gotta love the honesty from Michel Detani. I am not used to hearing any humility whatsoever from poker players. I'm a fan.
Now we're down to 16 players, of course. Everyone can be on a feature table because we've got 2 of them. Detani will be headlining our secondary feature table today, along with players like Taylor Poor and Alan Mello, very talented Brazilian who has a lot of support from Latin America right now. And who's going to be on the main stage? With the chip leaders on the secondary feature table, everyone else in the top 5 is going to be on the main stage, including Artem Martirosyan and Sergei Reitzak, who it feels like we've been following since the start of day 2. Again, someone else we should not be discounting, Sam.
Absolutely. Alex, Sergei, Arta, these are very, very strong online and live players. You know, it's whoever wins this tournament is going to be a very, very worthy champion overcoming this field.
Now, I just want to quickly highlight, we are 48 hours out from the PSPC. How excited are you for the Players' Championship, Sam?
Yeah, absolutely. The PSPC is going to be probably the biggest tournament of the year right now in January. It's really, really exciting. Obviously, so many Platinum Pass winners flying into town right now, living the dream. And yeah, I'm excited to get back into a big field tournament and play for even bigger money.
Absolutely, and of course we're going to be streaming all 5 days of the PSPC, plus we have the mini PSPC, which you can register for now. It starts on Monday. It's part of the mini PCA. This is the online series that's running right now. 3 low buy-in events every single day, and tomorrow it's the mini PCA main event, which will award an EPT Monte Carlo package to the winner. Fun times, and it's fun times here in the Bahamas as we play down to the final 6. Time to get day 5 underway. 16 will become 6 by the close of play. Our thanks to Sam Grafton. We lose a squid, but we gain a Lex Veldhouse. Lex with us for the first level. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, good to be here. What's up, guys?
Hello, Lex.
It would not be a live stream from the Bahamas without you. You were with us for 2018, you were with us for 2019. Great to have you back on the mic for this event.
Yeah, I wouldn't miss it.
I have a quick question for Lex before things get going. When can I expect my Twitch refund?
Well, buddy, that's in the pocket. That's spent already.
Do you know how many bullets this guy's fired in the PCA main?
How many? That's a lot of subscriptions.
Yeah, 3 bullets. Easy game.
Relax. So if we all have like 5 minutes, it's like 40 minutes we can sit out.
Good luck, everyone.
Oh, Jonathan.
So yes, we are concluding level 23. There's 3.5 minutes left on the clock at this blind level. Then we'll roll straight on into the next level before we have our first break of the day. And we have pocket 7s for Artem Martirosyan in early position. Mar Arthur online, and he's opening here to 50K.
I'm going to be really excited to see his whole cards. It's just such a strong, aggressive player. I play against him online a lot, and he's quite a handful, so it'll be really fun to sweat his cards.
He's a handful alive as well.
Yeah.
Now, a public service announcement. We believe that Christoph Chick's chip count may be wrong. He should have around 600,000 more. He actually has 2.7, not 2.1 million. So apologies for that. We will update his chips as soon as we can.
actually thought on the mystery bounty, when it said a 1, I thought I won 7,000 at first, but there's just somebody that doesn't write ones very well, I think.
Wait, it was handwritten?
Yeah, on the envelope thing.
Sweet.
Well, it could have been printed, but it looked, you know, like one of those things that make it look like handwritten.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Joe, I'm going to make you head of outlawing sloppy penmanship
Font?
during this event.
I'm the font czar. It's all web dings from here on out.
So we had Halverson defend in the big, and he's not really connected with this board, but Martirosian decided to check behind on the flop.
Yeah, it's one of those boards where the big blind has the advantage when it comes to 6s, to 7s, to 5s, because they have all the 6-5 offsuit, the 8-6 offsuit, all hands that the opener won't have. So it's good to have a big group of hands that you're going to slow down with.
Check, check again, and another 8 on the river. Double paired board. Any chance Halverson thinks king high might be good here?
Yeah, and I think that this is an interesting spot for Martirosian, because if somebody has an 8 or a 10, they're very likely to bet the turn. So he's going to feel super comfortable, either calling or value betting. And Halverson checks. So at this point, you kind of know that your opponent has ace or king high because they're willing to take it to showdown. Otherwise, they would have bet the turn, or perhaps made a big size bet on the river.
So a delayed continuation bet from Artur Martirosian, betting 75k into 135k.
Are you saying this is obviously a value bet for ace king, ace against ace high or king high? How bad are you if you don't know to value bet here? Like, how good do you have to be to know this is a value bet? Is that just very standard to value bet here, or you need to be a little
especially
good?
after 2 checks. But it's really important to understand the dynamic on this board, like how high cards operate, and you know who has the advantage from what position. It's really key here, and if you don't make these bets, think about the compound effect, right? Next time you double up, you miss out on that 75,000. And imagine you double up again. And this is the whole tournament, right? And that's why good players are so good at amassing chips, because like every double up, they get all those chips.
So Halverson did make the king high hero call, pays off Martirosian, who's going to add 160k to his stack on the first hand of the day.
Oh. I can't really fault him, you know. If it's technically sometimes almost the same. Like ace high won't always value bet that river either, you know, because they check twice. So it's fine.
I mean, that's kind of what we see with players at this level. It's like, yeah, it's fine. That's it's just how it played out.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I felt a lot of that this trip actually, compared to my previous live trips. I've done so much more work on tournaments now. I feel like I'm so much better relatively at tournaments, and there's so many more situations where I just feel this like calm at it, right? It's like you go all in, and before I played so erratic, I played so many hands, there's always doubt and the reason why there's so much doubt is just because you don't really know what you want to do. And I never understood that's what at the core of it, right?
Yeah.
And that's why I felt so restless about tournaments and stuff. And now that I know a lot more, it's just like, okay, what can you do? Or then you know where like the fringe situations are more now. So it's a lot more chill to play.
So we have rolled in to level 24. Blinds are now 15,000, 30,000 with a 30k big blind ante. We've had the open from Chicken, the hijack with ace queen suited. Colonius at the big blind with jacks.
Couple hours ago, maybe.
Maybe.
What's your name?
Giuseppe.
Giuseppe. Jamil.
Jamil.
Nice to meet you.
It will be interesting to see if he goes for just a re-raise or an all-in.
240. So sorry? 240, I said? 240.
I said 240.
240, sir.
And good day.
Always gnarly. Still, you know, yeah. I mean, you have ace queen, and you're still happy at the situation, but it's not one of those like, oh my god, let's get it in. You know, the big blind's re-raising me.
10.
Having your Oh.
Wow. Ooh. I thought we'd see a call in position there at the very least, Lex.
Especially if he's really got the 2.7 million and not the 2.1.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, that's pretty surprising. I would, the moment I see that, I would almost assume that it's like some sort of like player-based. I play with you for 3 days.
It's gotta be history or something. Yeah.
So it's hard to judge in that sense. But yeah, I would say in general though, you want to be careful to fold ace queen suited in a situation like that.
I mean, he could just very well be under the assumption that Colonius is never doing that out of the big blind with worse than ace queen.
Now,
yeah.
On the one hand, I'm kind of like getting frustrated about the accusations of nit that are flying around in the chat right now. And then I remembered that someone, Joe Stapleton, deemed today Chat Pro Saturday. So sadly, I cannot criticize, disagree, or ban anyone who's saying dumb stuff today.
I'll tell you what, if there's ever been a co-commentator that doesn't play along when he doesn't want to, it's Lex Veldhouse. So I can't be held responsible if Lex doesn't play along with Chat Pro Saturday. But I don't know if you know the rule. It's on Saturday, Chat Pros, it's like the caddy swim. Like anything goes. Yeah. And you have to go. That's a great point. I never thought of that.
Yeah, that sounds awful, actually. Don't think I would have made it to 7 years of streaming if I'd
The thing is, we don't often stream on Saturdays. You wouldn't believe how often we miss a Saturday, or we like don't do different final tables.
You know what? Yeah, for the late. Yeah, yesterday
Thanks for reminding me, James. I forgot this Chat Pro Saturday.
Yeah, we were fine, yeah.
You know, nice casual game.
I mean, it's very, very easy to lose track of the day of the week in this part of the world. As we head across to the secondary feature table, that's the great thing. We have got cameras on both tables today, so we can divide time between the entire field. The other 8 players remaining in the PCA main event.
All of the tables.
All of the time. So picking up the action here, it's Alex Raymond from Canada. Playing against Maurizio Pais, who is 3-bet with the ace-king. And gets a fold.
I think if Martirosian finds out on break or something that you folded ace queen suited to a big blind 3-bet, you're going to be in trouble. That just means that
even more trouble.
Yeah, even more trouble. That's one of the issues. That's something that is actually, you know, I'm very aware of that when I'm streaming as well. If I start over folding situations, you know, then you're just going to get run over. Because then people are like, oh, well, I guess anything that I sometimes 3-bet, I now always 3-bet, you know.
Maybe he's playing 5D chess and he's setting the table up for that.
So, because it's Chat Pro Saturday, I'm going to answer this question legitimately. Andy's saying, do you know why they aren't allowed phones on the feature tables anymore? Applies to both tables. It is because of the RFID technology. And look, we're pretty confident in our systems here. We're pretty confident in our safety and security. But belt and braces, why have risk? So electronic devices, be it a phone, a tablet, smartwatch, all have to be surrendered before the start of the play.
And this may just be a second reason, but I don't want to look at somebody on their phone all day. Personally.
That is a kind of like downstream benefit of the rule. Yeah, I'd agree. So, Alex Raymond, 3-betting ace-king suited here after Pedro Neves opened with queen 10. I don't know why Maurizio Pais is tanking with 6-3 off.
He was a little bit of a tanker yesterday where it made a bit more sense.
This is the absolute worst when people do that.
Oh, yeah, this is... You're not going to get any sympathy from Lex.
Oh, kings for chip leader Michel Detani.
Again. Waking up with a monster hand.
Roughly. 1.47.
Against a slightly worse other monster hand.
I wish Taylor Paul could throw his chips a little harder.
Of course,
That's how easily annoyed you are.
every player received an additional 6 time bank cards at the start of play today, which they can combine with any cards they carried over from yesterday.
When did time bank come into play?
Shot clock came into force yesterday at the start of day 4.
Okay.
And we get a cold 4-bet from Datani in the big blind. 375,000. Nevers has folded the Queen 10. I don't think Raymond's going to be going anywhere with Ace King. White on next. Now you've drawn attention to it. No one can tune out Taylor Paul's chip shuffling.
Here to serve. In Holland we have a saying, shared pain is half the pain, so.
Time bank card played by Raymond.
All in.
He announces all in. Datani double checks and calls. So Alex Raymond is the at-risk player here with Ace King. Datani has him covered, has him dominated with kings. Datani, a 72% favorite to eliminate Alex Raymond.
Such a shame. Everybody loves Raymond.
The flop is 7-6-4. So far, so good for Datani. Not looking good for Alex Raymond. Turn card. Here's an ace. Raymond spikes it. No case king on the river. So Alex Raymond will double up through former chip leader Michel Datani.
It's a party, it's a party.
One of those days, huh?
One of those days.
That's the worst. You start the day, you're chip lead, and you're feeling good. You get kings, you get it in. And then boom.
1.350. 1.350.
I don't know how to golf, but I may go.
So Datani has dropped down to third in
This is
chips.
definitely not the course you
table.
definitely want to know kind of what you're doing.
I'm just kidding.
No, I know.
I don't. Where is that, by the way?
It's in Vegas.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, it's
But there are plenty of players at the other table who cover him.
Have you golfed long?
I was for a little bit, but I injured my I had like golf elbow.
Oh, that's
and so like I had to stop for a little bit. But
yeah.
I haven't golfed as much as I wanted to the last year, but I'm about to just golf nonstop. I think during the spring.
Nice life. I'm about to just golf nonstop, buddy.
I'll come to San Diego too. Like, see jammers. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think so. I live up North County,
Yeah.
Oceanside. I don't know if you know San Diego.
I mean,
But
kind of.
yeah, Jeannie and Candace been saying they're moving there because they're downtown right now.
Yeah,
They said
I've been to their place downtown.
Yeah, they're gonna come up in August, I think. Move to Oceanside.
Oh,
is what
cool.
they're saying. So that'll be sweet.
Yeah.
See him a lot more.
Yeah. Love that guy.
Yeah, he's the man.
And Candace is all right too.
So Lex, at the start of the day, we were talking to Sam about the PSPC. Are you playing anything between now and then, or are you saving yourself now for the 25K?
Yeah, I'm actually kind of saving myself. I was done with the mystery bounty. I came home at around, from day one, I came home at around 1 a.m. And I have my 3-month-old baby girl with me, and my wife, and my 2-year-old son. So he's a little bit jet lagged. So I did some feeding for my daughter, and then my son woke up, and so I had like a 4-hour night or something. So there's a 10K mystery bounty tomorrow that I was dying to play, but I just realized it starts at 4 p.m. I'll be done in the middle of the night, and then with maybe some stuff with the kids, and I want to spend some time with them. And then when the PCA starts, I mean, it's like already the most important tournament of the year.
Yeah.
So it doesn't seem like the best prep. I thought the 10K Mystery Bounty would be great for the vlog, but we've been able to shoot a lot of fun stuff so far. So.
How much do you think you started today?
So Alex Raymond, having doubled up, picks up aces, opens, gets called by Maurizio Pais. We go heads up to the flop.
I don't know how many I bagged yet.
Yeah. Okay.
Interesting board
That's
for
awesome.
Pais.
Really like the check from Raymond there. You're gonna have to check this board a lot when you get called and you're out of position.
Some whites, some greens, some
And then aces is one of the best hands to check because it doesn't need any protection, right? If a king comes, it doesn't matter as much as when you would have queens or something.
Yeah.
Decent equity for Pais, 41% with the pair. Straight draw, the backdoor flush draw. He's bet 65,000.
Cool.
Eight of diamonds pairs the board.
I think both players are going to be pretty happy with that. Of course, some hands like 8-9 or something get there, but you know, they're few and far between.
Both players check. King on the river. Aces hold.
It's going to be a little bit hard to get value now. There's going to be some ace-king, of course, maybe some king-jack. So king-high flush draws the pair up.
$325,000 in the middle. 3 white chips. That's 300K, so almost full pot.
Well, now Pais gets to tank for real, at least. Lex is like, no. Even
no, this is a tough spot. You know, it's good bet sizing. This is one of those spots where a lot of players that you see in main events and stuff, they bet the river too small if they're bluffing because they think like, I'm gonna make it look like a value bet. But it just works for value and bluffs really well if you just bet big here. Get paid more, people fold more. Also at this point you're pretty much saying like, I have something slow played or I have a king, you know, so it's not like you're betting Jack 10 this way.
Pais makes the call.
Wow.
And what a great start to the day for Alex Raymond. Gets that double up with ace-king against kings, then picks up aces to win a decent pot off Pais, adding another 500K to his stack. I think Alex Raymond has just taken the chip lead. He's moved over the 3 million mark.
Everybody loves Raymond. Man, I was this close to getting Brad Garrett to come down here. He could have done that line himself.
Do you think it would have been funny then?
Boy, I gotta go. I actually just like making Lex mad with bad jokes. I was practically on the floor with the look he gave me when I said it the first time.
We were talking yesterday about how long we'd all known each other and how long Maria and Joe had kind of known each other, and I think we established it's close to 18 years, and I referenced it as Maria tolerating Joe for 18 years. In your case, it's not tolerating Joe for 18 years. You never have.
I'm surviving.
It's not quite 18 years for me and Lex. When Lex burst onto the scene, winning a massive tournament at the World Series, a 30K buy-in, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, I got 7th. But
okay.
I mean, that for me, we count it as a win.
Yeah, well, that was huge, though.
Yeah,
it was a huge
big,
7th place finish.
Yeah.
What year was that?
2009.
That was the first time I remember encountering Lex, but I was absolutely terrified of him. I should be more scared of him now than I was then, but yeah, he was just a erratic
young gentleman,
almost teenager.
Yeah.
Well, luckily, I was friends with Lex's girlfriend at the time, and it made me feel like I had a little protection.
You make it sound like I just go around whacking people or something.
I didn't know. I just...
You do have quite a punchable face.
Yes, and he has very punchable fists. You know what I mean? Like, it's the deadly combination could have been.
It is so funny though. Like you talk about back in the day, but now as well, like being here with my kids and running into other people, and it's so funny how so many people comment on the difference between how you described me back then and now, like how it's like sort of like more calmed down and balanced and everything. And you see that with a lot of players, and it's so cool if you're in the same industry for 20 years. You just see people like develop, you know, over time the whole way. See each other on circuits and stuff.
And the big gap we had from seeing most people, right? That it's been, for a lot of these people, at least 2, 3, 4 years because of how long it's been since we've had a PCA. That disparity of the difference now people look, oh boy, we got another one.
Yeah, Tolbert opening on the button with ace-king suited. Pedro Neves, kings in the big blind.
190. 190. 2-4 raised to 190,000 total.
It's a gnarly spot. Yeah.
All in and a call. So let's see if kings can hold this time against ace-king. Kings at risk this time. Tolbert has Neves covered.
Yeah.
If kings don't hold this time, this is rigged.
Yeah, that'd be ridiculous. There's no way.
That is simply so much equity for ace-king suited against kings.
Second time today we've seen this, and it is a king high flop. So looking pretty good for a Pedro Neves double up.
It almost makes you feel better when the king flops because you get to go, I was going in on the flop anyway.
Yeah, that's such a good point. That's exactly what people say.
James Tolbert drawing dead on the turn, and Neves gets the double up. That's going to leave Tolbert with less than $1 million. 990K, so just over 30 bigs. And still 16 players, couple of all-ins, but no bust-outs yet.
I would say it's the #1 thing when I run into people in the hallway. I've been actually getting a lot of people asking me about bust-out hands, and they are like, hey, can I tell you this hand?
Wait. They're to you in the present day.
Yeah.
They still want to tell you bust-out hands.
Yeah.
85.
Why?
Because
Do they not know you at all? Or are they doing it to make you upset?
That's 80.
No, I'm a dad now. I'm calmed down.
You're like, yeah, talk to me, son.
No, but it's, they come up and they say like,
I've been a dad for 14 years. I don't want to hear bloody bust-out stories.
but it's, they're like, hey, can I talk to you about this? And they start with, okay, so I have kings under the gun. I was like, it was good. It's good. You made a good move. It's like, no, but listen, like this short stack, this re-raised me, and then this other guy clicked it. I was like, yeah, but it's good. Yeah, but he had aces. I was like, yes, I understand that. But it's good. But I understand it as well, like if you have so much, like you come to the PCA, you play the main event, you walk around, you go deep, and then, you have all these doubts.
Who do you go to with your bust-out hands? Do you tell anyone these days?
I mean,
you have
actually
an audience, but
I actually, for the first time in a very, very, very long time, I typed a bad beat into a chat with friends.
Yeah.
With Parker, Sam Grafton, and Spraggy.
Did they give you the comfort you needed, or did they?
No, they completely ignored me.
Yeah.
Like, I swear, nobody said anything. And I felt, like,
On
10 minutes
their
later...
separate chat that didn't have you, they were all like, don't reply.
I mean, yeah, but like, what's really nice is that we're all Stars ambassadors, but we're genuinely really good friends. So the team is just built in a really nice way. So we actually talk about a lot of stuff in there. So it feels, even just saying it felt a bit good, but I don't know if it was.
Yeah, I've heard about that chat. Whenever a Spraggy wants to make me feel bad about myself, he'll tell me, he'll be like, oh yeah, I'm in the group chat with those guys.
Talking of chat, let's check in with Chat Pro Saturday. And on YouTube, Damien P says, you guys understand the point of a feature table is to actually feature it? Yes. That's why we have 2 feature tables, which we are featuring.
Oh boy. Wait. No, he's right, James. Chat Pro Saturday. I think we should show the feature table more often.
Okay, we'll show the secondary feature table right now.
Oh yeah, that's when I'm streaming and somebody goes, oh, why you never show the 2K table? Yeah, okay, here, 8-3 offsuit, 9 deuce offsuit, 10-4 offsuit. Yeah, what do you want me to do? We see a 3-bet. King, queen off. Against the button open, gets on his bike.
Made asks, is Lex still in the commentary box? As in the person who spoke like 20 seconds ago? Yes. Yeah. Thank you for your question.
You do realize that people often ask questions when they don't have the sound on. And by the way, I'm not excusing that.
Yeah.
But
okay.
Just explaining it.
All right, so do you think we could show the feature table now?
That's what's happening. Secondary feature table on your screen. As we see Maurizio Pais with King 10 under the gun.
Bro.
You know there is like an amount of time he could tank under the gun that Lex will go down there. Just 30
on
minutes.
My way out.
Yeah, 30 minutes from now, we see Lex just tap him on the shoulder and be like, hey, come here for a second. Come here. He just comes back white as a ghost.
Listen, buddy.
Taylor Poor is opening the cutoff with 10-7 of diamonds. Mellow Yellow defending his big with 10 deuce of hearts.
Kelsey asked a good question. What was the beat?
8.
That you had it was so bad you had to put it in the group chat.
Oh, can I share?
Yeah, I mean, I like hearing bad beat stories from famous people.
All right, I'll tell you one.
I just want to sort of caveat this. I am not endorsing this or in any way.
Hey, buddy. I'm not telling a bad beat. I'm getting asked about a bust out hand. Okay.
That's right.
I had 5-4 offsuit. Somebody opened.
You played it great, by the way.
Yeah. Somebody opened. The button called. The flop is 6-3 deuce. I check, and it goes check, bet. I go all in for like 11 big blinds total. Then the first guy shoves, who checked before. Then the button shoves as well. So it's 6-3 deuce. The first guy has ace-5, no backdoor flush draw. The second guy has 6-9, no backdoor flush draw. And the turn was a 9, the river was a 6.
That's pretty bad.
That's, yeah, so.
That's pretty bad.
Yeah.
I would tweet that, not tweet that, sorry. I would write that to my friends.
Yeah.
So we have moved across now to the main stage, in the main feature table. We have corrected Chick's chips. Looks like he's playing just over 3 million right now. Alex Colonius is the shortest stack at the feature table with fewer than 30 bigs.
So in my poker friend group, it's kind of a dark story, but one of our friends died.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't mean to laugh.
That's okay. No, it's a funny story. One of our friends died. And so whenever one of us sends a bad beat story in the group chat, we send a picture of our dead friend as a way to be like, cool, we got it, but, you know, this guy died, so just
That's so dark.
Keep it together. fact, I'll show you.
That's so dark. Wow.
It's a really unflattering picture of him, too, which is the best part.
Danny on YouTube says, OMG, what is the point of the secondary feature table if you don't even show it? It's Chat Pro Saturday. Danny's got a point.
Danny's right.
Colonius here with top pair. Martirosian with a wheel draw. And Colonius improves to 2 pair on the river. We are, what, 40 minutes into this broadcast?
Yeah.
The way things are going, I don't think I'm going to make it through the day. There's a very good chance I'm going to terminate Chat Pro Saturday prematurely.
What is the point of having 2 tables if you're not going to, if you're just going to call it 2 tables, James? That's the newest one.
Colonius up over 30 big blinds now. Christoph Chick playing a 100 big blind stack. Pretty much tied for the chip lead with Alex Raymond, who's over at the other table. And an hour left on the clock. Still 60 minutes to play at the 15,000, 30,000 blind level. This is great. YouTube's trying to get everyone to go and watch Lex Veldhouse's newest vlog from the PCA.
Maybe not right now?
Yeah, I'm just going to say, you know, just make
Later?
a note that it exists and check it out later. Don't, like, leave the live stream.
Yeah, you can just right-click, open a new tab, and then you click the little subscribe button, and then you get them all in your feed.
And go back to it later. That's
yeah,
fine.
and then you go back to it later, like 5-10 minutes. And then, you know, it's a new thing that I'm doing. I'm very happy with it.
Don't forget to like and subscribe.
Well, you know, it's part of the grind, but it's been a completely new experience vlogging.
Crucially, say what you think in the comments below so we can ignore them. That's my favorite call to action on any video. But what do you guys think? Let me know in the comments below. You don't care. You don't want to know.
Do you reply to the comments on your YouTube?
Yeah, almost all of them, actually.
Okay,
But
he cares.
Yeah. But it's I don't know. YouTube's been surprisingly positive in terms of. I thought there would be a lot more toxicity in comments and stuff, but it's really not that bad. I mean, it's great actually. So.
Well, you put in a lot of work to build your community already, right? So
yeah.
It's not like you're starting from scratch.
Yeah, that's true. But like YouTube is not really moderated yet, right? So it's pretty unfiltered still. So I'm really surprised at how little toxicity is in there.
So Colonius has 3-bet. Jamil Wakil open the action with the Snowmans. Num Num Wakil with queens. Sorry, Colonius with queens. And 8s get folded.
Wow,
Wow.
I had a feeling it was going to be like this today, actually.
Yeah.
It's just such huge money, such a big stage.
Yeah.
It's going to be a while. I don't think people are going to be all that flippant with their chips.
And we established there are no super short stacks. Average is more than 50 big blinds.
I've got a comment here on YouTube that it kind of is making my brain melt on Chat Pro Saturday. I don't know how to deal with it. Dawn says, just ignore the chat pros. It's kind of like internal error. I don't know.
Yeah.
Thank Thank you for your comment.
That's actually, it's kind of funny because I talk to Spraggy about that all the time. It's one of the most frustrating things somebody in chat can say is just ignore the negativity.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, like let's say somebody's an asshole to you in a cab or something, and you go home and it's like, wow, the cab driver was such an asshole. Like, do you think that if your partner then says, well, just ignore them?
Just ignore it.
Just ignore it, buddy. You know? It's like,
just ignore it.
So Wakil Colonius round 2, but a reversal situation. Instead of being 8s versus queens, it's aces versus 9s. Wakil with the advantage this time. Colonius just flattered in the cutoff with the 9s. Looks like Sergi Reitzak is in and nope, he's folded. So heads up to the flop. Which is Jack 7-7, and this could get Colonius in some trouble, Lex.
yeah. This is a pretty dry board. All your outs are going to be pretty clean.
Quite clean, yeah.
Yeah. Always kind of nice to have the 9 of hearts for a little bit of emergency flush possibilities, but and again we see out of position and overpair. Take it pretty easy. I like that. You can't just go and bet this board all the time just because it's dry. Colonius could think about some protection betting here.
Quick question from Brian on Twitch. Says, Poker News are listing Alan Mello as Alan Ribeiro. Which one is the right name? We did get it from the man himself. Alan goes by Alan Mello, and our Brazilian commentators confirming that is how he is known best in Brazil. So that's what we're going with.
But really the answer is it's the same person.
It is the same person, yes. Often find with Spanish, Portuguese, Latin American players that they have far, far, far too many names.
They're passionate people, and one of the things they're passionate about is having a lot of last names.
All right, so Wakil calls. I think leading the king could be pretty snazzy, but I think your opponent's going to check back here a lot. Even if he has a jack, right? There's no real reason to bet the king. Gonna bet some draws, check some draws.
Four diamonds on the river. Aces are still good. Yes, Lucas on YouTube is not wrong. He's also known as Alan Sheik in Brazil.
Oh, okay.
Does that sound more familiar?
Yeah, know that one. I'm always trying to figure out what people's nicknames are online. So the PokerStars app's very useful because you get to see all the wow, that sounds like such a smooth plug, but it's not. It's actually, you can just always see what table you're on, and even before people sit down in the seat when they have their ticket, you know, printed, you get to see the names, and then I Google, but it's sometimes really hard to find what their online name is. The best one I found myself so far was Pablo Brito Silva, and I knew that was Pabritz, you know.
Yes.
But that was a few hints. And Diego Ventura, of course, but
they're not all very obvious.
No, and it's hard to, which name do you Google? Like, there's 4 names. Like, what's the, you know, which one of the names is the first name to go by? So, especially with the South American players, it's been a bit rough figuring out who they are. Of course, Sam Grafton knows everybody. All right, so pretty small bets here on the river, 30%. I mean, it's hard to get value from 9s on this board, I guess, but I don't know. I just feel like there's a little bit more you can do there with aces. You need to have some hands that just get value, you know. And I would say that aces, it unblocks like every single card that somebody can have on the board. It even blocks the backdoor flush that somebody could check back. So I don't know. I feel like you need to get some more value there. Have some bigger bets as well. Because if you're betting aces small, then you're pretty much always betting value small on the river. And it seems like you're leaving some chips out there.
Arvala asks, should there be a list with online names and real names? There is actually a list on the PokerStars blog, and I can't remember. It's kind of archived away somewhere, so it's actually hard to find. I actually have a direct link to it, where over the years of covering the big online series...
Is it updated?
It is updated, as and when we know someone. But you have to remember, a lot of players have that right to anonymity. They don't necessarily want their online handle to be revealed. So where it's in the public domain, where players are happy for it to be disclosed, that link can be made.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's us, yeah. I would like that's on the PokerStars blog somewhere.
Yeah, if you check in with Howard and Jack, they'll probably give you a direct link to it.
But Sam's brain list is going to be
Sam's
7,000
directory
times
is
as long.
going to be much longer.
Yeah.
And I have to say, I think the list will be most of the obvious ones. You're kind of like, I haven't learned anything from this.
Yeah, but you know, I haven't been playing tournaments seriously for that long now, so it's a little bit of blind on blind action. It's a really good flop.
Loving the understatement, Lex. Really good flop for Ratzak. He's loving it. Check with ace high.
So, Lex, you had some pretty big benchmarks when you were streaming on Twitch, right? You had some really fantastic days, big viewership. What are some benchmarks that you're looking to hit on YouTube?
Streaming-wise, the same ones, I would say. Just like builds, live numbers. But, you know, I feel like I'm kind of like at the bottom of the mountain now. And that's such a, almost a liberating, fun feeling. You know,
Is
like
it? Okay.
When you play like a new RPG or something and you're at the start and you know, you have to just level up. I kind of feel like it's that way with YouTube now. And, you know, there's all these like amazing content creators there. And I just want to try and become the biggest, you know, in that sense. So,
now, this is an interesting spot because Czech picked up the flush draw on the turn and now rivers the ace. Hello, Barry Greenstein. Does this mean right Czech can get some more value?
So if you had a value bet in mind, a size before the ace hits the river, does it go up when you see an ace on the river?
Yeah, I mean, it's nice. Like, you're pretty happy to see the ace.
Pretty awful here when you think you hit your card.
Honestly, I'd just be pretty happy to see this.
He doesn't seem thrilled.
Right, Zach, playing 1.7 million average stack right now, 1.66 million with all 16 players who started the day remaining. And to highlight again what you were just saying, Joe, I want to get down to the final six today. It will not be quick and easy.
It's trip nines, right? I didn't misread the hand.
9-4, 8 high.
Oh, I could beat 8 high.
9-4 of diamonds. 9-4 diamonds. It's okay.
That was good.
Good pull.
3 nines was good.
Good pull. Good muck.
Good river.
I've not heard much from John Little today, poker-wise.
Yeah, he's dropped down to 1.1 million, 36 bigs. Christoph Chick, second in chips at this table. Jamil Wakil, the table chip leader with 2.8 million. Chick is going to call in the small. Another player we haven't seen a lot of today, Giuseppe Yadesina from Venezuela, checks his option with Jack-3 offsuit. And we have a 9-5 deuce flop.
Torka says, I just tuned in and had the stream on mute because I was seeing the vlog of Lex. Then I unmute and I was like, what the hell am I still listening to Lex? Let's go.
There we go. Soldier.
It's what I like to call a Lex Fest.
Unprotected Lex.
King on the river, so Queen Jack high, still the best hand.
Do you want to know some of the screen names of folks who we're looking at today, Lex? The ones that we're allowed to share?
Yeah.
So Sergey Reichsek.
Yeah, Saks Rigona.
You know that one.
Yeah.
How about Michel Datani?
Wait, he was freelancers.
Yep.
Right.
Very good. Artemar Rosian, you know that one.
Maratur.
And Alexandros Colonius.
Oh, I don't know.
This one's, you wouldn't be, this is not intuitive, this one. His is Mexican 222.
Oh, that's him?
Yeah.
Wow.
A bit of a shocker.
Wow, okay, cool. That's a very interesting one. That's, if that was known to the player, it's pretty crazy to fold ace queen suited. Because that's the fold they made, right? He was
Colonius
the one.
folded ace queen suited.
No, Colonius re-raised from the
Colonius
big blind with jacks.
Oh, excuse me.
And then Chick, I think?
It was Christoph Chick who folded the ace queen in position.
If you know about, well, you know, but then again, Chick is an American, so maybe he hasn't played online in a while. But, yeah, Colonius is pretty tough.
I was hoping Lex would hear one of those names and just like laugh. I'm like, oh, that sucks.
Get to the final 16 in a 10K like this, you're not going to have too many people who suck, quote unquote.
Nah.
Chick's button raise, called by Yadasina in the small blind. Wakil in the big blind with Queen 4 of hearts.
Great hand to call along with. I think you just call almost, in this spot, just call any suited hand you have, really. Even like deuce 8 or something. Queen 8 offsuit is a bit adventurous.
So these three players going to the flop. And that flop is Jack 4 deuce. Pair of 4s for Jamil Wakil, but I'm afraid we're going to have to leave this hand. We need to get up to the secondary feature table because there has been an all-in and a call, and it looks like Maurizio Peiss is drawing dead on the turn. Peiss all in with ace-7.
Well, no, I knew that he.
Michel Datani, ace-9 of hearts.
This guy like
flopped the nut flush, and we have our first KO of the day.
Maybe we got to revisit. I was going through my head too. Like I was just like, yeah. I did it. Yeah.
So Peiss cashing out in 16th place. That means there will now be a money jump.
Peiss out.
Receives. $68,000, and now the next player out, the next two players out, will get $78,200. That's a 10K money jump.
You hate to see the tanker miss the money jump. There he is. Peiss out, homie.
So 15 players remaining. Table of 7, table of 8. And psychologically, that's good for Datani. After that horrible Kings versus Ace-King hand, you need one like that.
Yeah, I do think that it said all in for 70,000, so maybe there was a big hand before that. I don't know if there was a whole... if there was a big shift in terms of chips for Datani, but...
Yeah, he didn't win a ton back, but I guess just mentally to have a a hand hold up. Might be helpful.
Supreme makes the call.
Tani versus Taylor Port, button versus big blind. And both players have a 3. Wheel draw potential.
It's pretty interesting because Por has 20 big blinds. Oh, sorry, that's my bad. He has almost 40 bigs. I was going to say that he can't really do anything on an ace-high board much if he just called before the flop. But, of course, when he has 40 big blinds, there's a lot more ace-highs that come into play.
Yeah. Chris Miller on YouTube asks, are they going down to one table at 9 players or 8? We go to a single table at 9 players, and then we keep going today until we're down to 6. It'll be the final 6 returning tomorrow to play for the trophy and the $1.5 million first prize.
Which will then be the featured table.
So Taylor Port's king high. Still the best hand.
I think it beats enough random continuation bets to just check this down. You have a hand like 7-3 is really good to just turn it into a bluff, but yeah, king 3 just going to beat tons of jack 10s and 10 9s and queen 3s.
And the queen 3. Get a lot of love for Lex's blog. Vlog? Blog?
Vlog.
Vlog? Lex's vlog. Someone brought up the 9-6 hand. And then Arson saying here, the last hand of the mystery bounty is a joke.
Yes, it is. It's a fucking joke.
Oh, boy. We apologize for the Dutch person on stream.
Chick, chick, chick.
Christoph Chick.
Right, Jack, ace 10 in the hijack. Back at the main feature table now. 40 minutes left to run on this level. 40 minutes until the first break of the day. The raise is to 60,000.
Ready for a Chat Pro comment, James? Chat Pro Saturday?
No, but hit me anyway.
Dookie Face says the UI...
Sorry.
Yep.
I have to take something seriously from someone called Dookie Face.
It's Chat Pro Saturday, James. I don't make the rules. I just make the rules. Dookie Face says the UI on this stream is better than others. The only nice addition would be listing the outs.
So, just to be clear, when he says UI, he means on-screen graphics.
Yes.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but don't those graphics include outs in all-in situations?
Absolutely. But unfortunately, James, on Chat Pro Saturday, I do have to recommend that it would be nice if we included the outs.
FML.
Maybe it just means here, like, just all the 9s and 8s. Every time.
Every single
hand.
time, just outs. I sometimes think people just want the entire screen covered in information.
I mean, to be fair, the all-in hand we showed with Maurizio Pais, we didn't show the outs because he didn't have any.
Oh, that could actually be the hand he's referring to.
It probably was.
Dookie.
Dookie Face, that might have been the Chat Pro-iest comment of the day so far on Chat Pro Saturday. Thank you for your comment. 6, 7, 8, 9. Nope.
No flush, no straight, Joe, but thanks for playing.
That should be something.
I mean, there's certain points as the big blinds. Like 9 high is not going to win, but you have all kinds of 4s, 6s, now a 7.
So how much? How much do you bet?
You would have to bet big. You can bet small. I like that he's cutting out something near pot.
Yeah, it looks getting close to pot.
But I mean, you could even bet 2 times pot here. Also, has a value bet, right? If you have a hand like 7-8. But sometimes you end up in this spot on the river and you're like, wow, now I really wish I would have bet the turn small because then I can really represent some hands a little bit better. But I like that at least it's going big. You know, sometimes you'll see people just bet like 50 or 60 and you just call
That's
every
why
single
I
ace
asked,
high.
because I think that's I would make that same mistake.
Comes back to a lot, like people just say a lot that make it look like a value bet. It just doesn't work that way, you know. Mathematically, you call less hands versus big bets than you do versus small bets.
It's a bit of a. If you're a dodo like me, it's flawed logic. Being like, oh, well, if I had a 6, I'd probably bet pretty small here so I could make sure I could get called. But your opponent's not thinking like that. They're like, oh, I have ace high. I can easily call this bet with ace high. And then you have 9 high and you lose. Well, I got called anyway.
Flush?
Does not have the flush.
It's just ace high.
Ace high is good. And that pot will be going in the direction of Sergey Reitzak, someone who we caught up with in the last couple of days, a player who told us he's been recovering from a difficult year away from the tables.
Can I get one time back from you?
Yes, sir.
I was actually on holidays with my wife in Italy. I started to feel a pain on the chest, and I went to the hospital in Italy, and they diagnosed me. It's called myopericarditis. It's just like a virus that attacks you at the external part of the heart, and the heart is inflamed, and you are super tired, and you just can be bed, sofa bed for quite a few times. It's going to take probably a year until I'm 100%. Right now, I'm probably 70%. All in.
Sergey Reitzak wins another one.
Never experienced this run in my life, I think. Physically, I was quite exhausted, so it's been a little bit tough. Mentally, I was very happy, obviously. It's an experience that I've never been in, running that deep and having these good cards in a short period of time.
Sergey Reitzak chips up. He's up over 2 million.
I never been in the position to be able to win a main event. It's a kind of a goal for me to be able to win one.
Reitzak currently playing 2 million, a 66 big blind stack as we continue the action on the penultimate day of the PCA main event.
What do you got, man? What do you have?
Below.
1-9. 1-9. Thank you.
Okay, Joe, I am willing to go along broadly with the rules of Chat Pro Saturday, but can we at least agree that COVID vaccine-related conversation has no place on this stream?
Correct.
Fine. So we can bring the banhammer out.
Take it to Lex's YouTube channel.
Man, every comment is good for the algorithm, so bring it on. Start the discussion there. Just do it under one comment, you know.
Lex's next guest, Dr. Robert Malone.
Christoph Chick opening here with ace jack of hearts. Brandon Gibson asks, did Lex make it through the Lounge River unscathed? We did have an incident where we nearly lost a commentator yesterday because Griffin nearly drowned in 2 inches of water.
Yes, Spraggy actually told me that I could take my 2-year-old son on the lazy river, and then we get there and there's this giant wave and people just like flipped over right in front of us. I was like, wow, this is next level even for Spraggy, you know?
Yes, it was the wave that got Griffin. Snowman's under the gun raise from Sergey Reitzak.
We're still saying snowmen's.
Amazing. I've actually been playing some video games with Wattenloos. He's as funny in playing video games
Really?
as he is in interviews. He is hilarious.
What games?
We've been playing some Dota. There's actually a lot of poker players that play Dota. Didn't know that before. We just play with like Parker, Spraggy. Playing with Hecklin a lot. Espen is in there. Lots of German guys are playing Dota as well.
Colonius folds Queen 10 on the button, rounds the blinds. Martirosian gives up the small. Jonathan Little in the big, which is a very confusing sentence.
A lot of sweat. Long hand. For pre-flop raise.
Yeah, everybody.
Can't play Queen 10 suited on the button?
Thinking to fuck with me.
That's okay.
I had the Jack 4 offsuit. I decided to not try.
He thought about it.
Yeah, he thought about it. He thought it.
That's a real hand. It was worthy of a thought.
Take your time.
At the start of a tournament, you know, it's just a snap call. But
Salaburu style.
very important to realize
if I limp, you raise?
Where you're at.
No.
No? Over limp?
Oh, we had a laugh.
No one knows how to play against limps from good players.
10 pass.
Tricky.
Even when they mistakenly do it.
Yeah, like nobody knows.
Jonathan is the best.
I like Jonathan quite a bit.
Yeah.
You interested in checking in on the widget?
Yeah, so Lex, James has
Like
got
with your ace
a
king, you
formula
raise, you
that
re-raise,
he
it's just
uses
like, oh no.
that he can kind of
Come
predict
on.
how many players are going to be
Before I
left
even
at
raised
any given
pre-flop,
stage
I'm
of the
like, oh
tournament.
boy.
Yeah.
I was like, what?
The end of this level,
I maybe would have limped behind.
the
Like,
widget
should I
says
limp here?
13.35. So between 13 and 14 players.
Okay.
If it's 13.35,
Cool.
I'll take my hat off to you, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Check.
Ooh, that's fun. Street Flash.
Street Flash Poker for Jay Little.
So a little straight flush draw.
85.
85.
It's a limp before the flop from Jare de Cernia.
Yeah.
All he needs is a little spade.
I have to ask the question, Lex. How do we feel about limping under the gun +1 with Queen 6 suited?
Yeah, wouldn't really advise. I mean, if you're going to play hands like that, right? If you think, like, I love Queen 6, I want to play this hand, just raise. That's just, you know, aggression is always the answer.
Pass.
Oh, wow.
Deuce. Power card.
That's pretty wild. He got great odds to call for
King 2 suited.
a straight draw.
Once again, I want to highlight the fact that there is the mini PCA series running right now. And for me, the standout event of that series is going to be the mini PSPC. We did this back in 2019 when the Players' Championship first ran. It's an online version of the tournament for 1,000th of the price. There's a $25 MTT that will run over the same 5 days as the PSPC itself. Starts Monday, January 30th. Registration open until the start of day 2. $10,000 added to the prize pool, so thousands in added value in the mini PSPC, part of the mini PCA series. And yes, we are drawing close. Players' Championship immediately follows the PCA main event, and we are streaming all 5 days. Very excited to be hosting hundreds of Platinum Pass winners in the Bahamas. They will be taking on the pros, and you can watch every day, every hand, live on the PokerStars Twitch and YouTube channels.
Old sourdough here. Artisanal. Hey, yo.
Well, that is a 3-bet from Alexandros Kolonius, and we only know one of his whole cards, the King of Clubs.
10 pass.
Let's see your chips.
Oh, this is such a nice hand to bluff with. Ace-5, it's the hand.
That's why we call it sourdough.
Oh, yeah?
Remember during the lockdown, everyone started making sourdough bread?
No.
You don't remember that?
No.
You didn't make any sourdough bread at your house? Myrna didn't
This
make
is
any
like some
sourdough
global
bread?
tradition that I completely missed out
It was just
on.
like everyone started baking. Here you go. He did it. Went for it.
This proves that it's called the sourdough.
It's just it became very in fashion around 2020, and so did Ace 5 suited, so we call it the sourdough.
Well, Colonius is the at-risk player, but has the advantage here, has the dominating hand with Ace-King.
After Colonius folded Queen 10 suited on the button and then 3-bet here, I was like, Ace 5 is probably not in great shape.
Ace, 10, deuce.
I like you look at this and he's all in and he's trailing, he needs a 5, but the first thing I just think about is like respect. You know, it's a good to pick that bluff spot like at a stage like this. That's pretty cool. Oh, hello.
Wheel draw. So Wakil with 7 outs, which are conveniently displayed on the screen. 4 threes, 3 5s.
I mean,
what did you think when you opened your eyes and you saw the 4? Because you had your eyes closed and then you opened your eyes and you saw the 4. And
I was happy it's not the 5.
That's a great answer.
4 is not great.
Yeah. If you close your eyes, you better close it till the river.
Maximum sweat, you know, you get a lot of sweats in there.
Because you know it can be like.
Just wait for those.
So Colonius will now have around
If it's
60
silence,
big
you win.
blinds as Jamil Wakil drops down to
Hear the
around
gas.
2.5 million. Still more than 80 bigs.
yeah, that's still a lot of chips.
That's right, Olioko. Customer-centric to our core. Someone made a suggestion, and within minutes, the outs were presented on screen.
Hope you're happy, Dookie face.
Right, 60,000. 6 pass.
Colonius back in action, opening with ace-8, raises to 60,000.
All right, here we go. Sergey's got both little and Colonius cup. Oh. Some real tight play.
I guess if you're not going to re-raise it with it, it's okay to fold it. It's one of those.
Is it better to fold than to just take a flop in position?
Yeah, I don't know. 3-way, and then the big blind's probably coming along, so then you know, four-handed ranges are a bit tighter.
Jack 7-5. Ace high still ahead.
Check.
Here comes a little bet.
That's 75,000.
75,000.
The 8's really nice to have here. Gives you some future street potential. Ace of diamonds. Could even go for a little bit of a funky check raise, just because so many turns are going to be good for you as well. Again, though, this is a spot where everybody's a little bit tighter, but Jonathan loving the deuce joke.
Wins a little pot. Playing around 45 big blinds. Blinds will be going up in 22 minutes, by the way. That's when we hit the first break of the day.
So fun to show twos.
Seems to be your specialty.
Yeah. Sometimes it just lines up.
Yeah.
There he is.
I'm also going to extend the exemption on Chat Pro Saturday to movie reviews. Byron Gertz says, James, have you seen the new Top Gun? Way better than any Bond movie. I will concede it's better than many, many Bond movies. Casino Royale, objectively a better film.
What's your favorite Bond movie?
Probably Casino Royale.
Oh, yeah? Okay. I wasn't sure if you were serious.
I'm just a big fan of the Daniel Craig version, not the stupid comedy from 1967. Hijack versus small blind. Jonathan Little versus Giuseppe Iadesina. And we have got 6-4-4 with 2 hearts. This is all Jay Little.
Bet 40,000.
I think, yeah, Serna gets a little bored from time to time. Doesn't put up much of a fight, though.
I think that's actually a strong read. I just think...
Not that lucky.
Look, folding is
I thought that was the
boring,
only
right?
card you
It is
showed.
boring.
See a king of hearts, I'm like, whoa.
We played King 3 suited earlier yesterday. Got to show kings
Bold.
and twos.
So bold.
Kings and twos.
Were you on the button? Feel like it's widening your range.
How many of Jonathan's NFTs do you own, Lex?
Oh, okay.
The
that's
whole
more
set,
interesting.
or
Spicy.
just one suit?
Can't fold in position, you know?
I've got the Jack of Hearts, I think.
You do you, man.
After this, I'm copping the deuce.
5 pass.
That's a fair question. What happens if someone busts on the other table? Do they move someone from the feature table, or do they have a 6-8 split? Nope, they would keep the tables balanced. So we would want 2 tables of 7. So yes, someone would move from the main stage to the secondary table. And tends to be the player who's due to post the big blind next who would be moved.
Lex, you said your son's almost 2 now, you said?
Yeah.
Does he say any poker stuff because he's heard you say it?
No, because I don't stream at home, so he doesn't really hear me.
And you don't take your work home with you. You don't tell bad beat stories.
No, but he says he's definitely notified me of the fact that he picks up a lot of words, which made me be a little bit more careful with my words.
Oh, sure, yeah.
He just he was sitting in his chair and he was eating and he wanted to put a piece of bread in his mouth, and it drops on the floor and he just goes, "Fuck." That of the year. So I was like, oh, okay. I guess we're at that stage now.
That must have been some good bread. Wait, was it sourdough?
So I would need to get this verified. I'd need to get the stats team, i.e. StatTrick, onto it. I think Tony Gregg is the only player who's made more than 1 PCA main event final table. And he did it in 09, 2012, and 2016. So he actually had 3 final table appearances. So I don't think Christian Harder has made the final table twice. Maybe he has. Obviously, he won in 2017. Did he make the final table in 2008?
I feel like he is in a very old PCA coverage also.
No, it was 08. I can't remember if he missed out on the seat at the final table. Happy to be proved wrong. This is not something I'm super confident on. I will say this, there are very few players. We're talking like a handful who have made more than one PCA main event final. Jonathan Little, 5th place finish in 2007, the year that Ike Haxon came second. So he could be on course for his 2nd main event final table.
Oh.
Christian Harder was 7th in 08. Okay. Just give it 5 seconds. Some chat pro is going to bring up the fact that it wasn't called the PCA that year. But we choose to forget that that ever happened.
In 08?
17.
Oh, yeah, 17 never happened.
Oh.
Don't you remember EPT Panama?
We don't talk about Panama anymore. Every time Panama comes up, Francine just goes, oh, Joe.
Oh, come on.
I think Panama City is the least favorite city where I ever spent time in. I lived there for 3 months.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
We just, I don't know, it looked nice on the pictures.
When he was the vice president of a shell company?
No, we were in Costa Rica, and then we figured where we'd want to go for 3 months. And Panama seemed to have decent internet infrastructure in that sense to stream off of, and I went there, but it was pretty rough. Although everything in Panama was nice. Panama City was just rough.
Marks, you've got bad news for you. Yes, tomorrow's stream will be the same time as the NFL playoffs. I'm afraid the final table of the PCA main event clashes directly with the NFC Championship. And that hurts me. It really does. But just have to live with it.
You have to make a decision. Where are you going to get your punting?
Do you guys think there are uglier sports wear than NFL jerseys?
I don't think NFL jerseys are ugly, but I'm having a hard time thinking of a worse one also. Horse racing?
You're strapped in.
It's like the jockeys wear some pretty ugly shirts.
Okay. So we can only see one of Right Sack's cards here. Question is the other a club? We know it's not the 5 of clubs. We know it's not the 7 of clubs. Could it be the 8 of clubs?
I'm going to say 6 of diamonds.
Okay, well now everybody has a flush.
I do think it's a little rich to be making fun of the NFL's uniforms when soccer uniforms are like the London Samsungs and the Leeds Emirates. I mean, you got the ad right on the front of the jersey. That's a little, it's not great.
I don't know. It's weird because I don't know. It feels fine.
Every player is a walking ad.
Yeah. I feel like it makes the shirts iconic because you know exactly when, like I know exactly what shirt sponsor Ajax had at certain times that were awesome.
Oh,
and
so
I
you
don't
can
really
guess
relate
the
it to
year
brand.
by looking at the front of it?
Yeah, it just makes it, I don't know, part of the outfit.
Have Ajax ever been sponsored by the toilet cleaner Ajax?
No. It's the God of War, buddy.
10.
Wait, God of Victory. Sorry. No. Oh my God. Okay, never mind. I'm gonna stop talking.
Ajax was one of the twins, wasn't he?
Yeah, he's just okay. Yeah, wasn't a god. Okay.
I can't believe you don't know that.
Yeah. Whoops. I went from Aries to Nike.
So we've got the bet of 60,000 on the river from Colonius.
Pretty interesting.
Called by Right Sack. Folded by Halverson. Showdown. And what was Right Sack's other card? Not good enough is the answer.
All right, look, 6 of diamonds, guys. We know.
You can go with 6-6.
Everybody,
6-3.
everybody relax. You know. Spades. Never lucky.
You had a 50-50 shot and you missed. Ten minutes left on the level. Jamil Wakil, the table chip leader with 2.5 million, pretty much tied at the top with Artem Martirosyan, who actually might have the slight advantage. Yeah, actually has a little bit more. And Giuseppe Adesina is the shortest stack with just shy of 30 big blinds.
The stage is so unbelievable. It's like when you walk in the room, so many people comment on it as well. Like you see the water moving. Ever since they introduced the moving parts to the featured table, it's an amazing design.
It is a little breathtaking when you first see it.
But under the gun raise from Jonathan Little.
Well, how bad are these guys at showing their cards? Come on.
Hey, your boy Ir Discernia finally has a hand.
Hey,
And
nice
he's
balancing.
Just called with it?
Wow.
Yeah.
Who would have guessed?
Yeah,
The most balanced player at the table. Giuseppe.
Giuseppe.
Jonathan, put your cards in the box. Okay, we know he's got sevens. And there is an old adage, it's always coming 7.
The 7th is always coming.
Yeah, me and my friends, we play this game. Always coming 7, yeah. It's so funny.
All jokes aside, Jonathan Little, look out.
Yeah.
There's a bit of trouble, actually, because Senia is so loose. And this is a really good flop.
Oh.
Still 50.
Oh, my.
I mean, there's got to be alarm bells, right?
I don't know, yeah, I guess, but I mean, don't you expect someone to just also raise their good hands? I guess the scariest thing is like 8s and 9s, but then if somebody's really passive, aren't they just gonna call that? I don't know. I think this is a really tough spot.
75,000 has become 250,000.
Jonathan's in a little trouble.
I must
Yeah,
realize.
he's just gonna go all in, yeah.
Yeah.
He's a little behind.
All in and a call, and Adesina gets it in as an 88% favorite. Kings against 7s.
I wish Adesina would have said, do you have a deuce?
That's his little joke.
Jonathan Little's going to be left with 595k, around 20 big blinds.
That's a really tough spot, though, for Jonathan. It's just so hard to know where somebody's at there. So, because
A 7 on the turn. It is always coming 7.
That is so gross.
And Giuseppe Adesina is headed for the rail unless he can spike a king on the river. He's got 2 outs. No king, and we are down to 14 players as Giuseppe Adesina gets unlucky and cashes out in 15th place.
Yada, see ya.
Okay.
Have fun at the slides.
So hard.
That is so brutal.
Yeah,
So he receives $78,200, the same payout for whoever finishes in 14th place.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
Especially when I show him a 2 every hand.
what you gonna do? I was waiting for an all-in fold, and then you show a deuce.
That's their little joke.
It's a good time to get lucky. A bad time to get unlucky, I suppose.
Yeah.
That's
I
how
have
it
a
goes.
comment, but I'm mic'd up, so I can't say it. Just sad.
Great, 60,000.
I would have folded the 7s.
Yeah, I can see that.
I'm not saying it's right or good.
The problem is that, like, well, you know, the impatience factor, right? Kings here for Halverson.
Yeah, right stack's opened under the gun with King Jack.
It's not been a good day for Kings.
That's true.
Kings are not hot today. I repeat, Kings are not hot today.
Kings are cold.
5 pass, 6 pass. Thank you. 7 pass.
I think I will pass too.
8 pass. Thank you.
That's the way to do it.
I will wait for kings. I hope I don't get into sevens.
Oh man, yesterday sevens kept winning every hand.
Sevens always.
It's like trip sevens.
Why are people still surprised?
It was nuts.
It's my favorite hand, always.
It's
wins.
the
I made a
sevens.
sevens earlier. Now that I'm thinking about it.
These guys are like 4 years late to the party.
Keep that in mind.
That's why you play like that.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Check shove, get it in.
Two things I know about 2023, Lex. Number one,
It's better than
year of the
better than top
sevens.
set.
Secondly, year of Romania.
Also, he might get a scare if the seven comes.
Yeah, yeah,
so
of
it's
course.
better to put it in earlier. This
Right.
way he doesn't get scared about the seven.
If it comes ace on the turn, then I don't get paid when the river comes
Yeah,
7.
yeah.
Poker, good poker strategy, right?
Yep.
Queens for Christoph Czech.
He was not lucky against me today. I had it every time. Brutal.
Colonius thinking about this.
Poker can be very easy or very tough. Depends on the day.
Some days you make day 5 or 6. Some days you bust on the first hand.
I don't really make day 5 or 6, actually.
Oh, what's that?
7 pass.
You surrender.
Lex, I just got a premonition. I think you're going to make a deep run in the PSPC.
I think so too. I really do.
I feel it in my bones.
Nice.
So
Me too.
Colonius has called with 6s. Czech still big favorite here with queens.
Feeling good about it. I had some ring rust.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like just switching from like online strategy to live. I got caught up a little bit in some hands in the PCA main where I was just like,
Check. Bet 130,000.
Colonius firing into the abyss.
Yeah, Cloney just wants some protection for his hand here. He doesn't, you know, doesn't want to get counterfeited by an 8. He wants ace highs to not get a free card, or especially, you know, even hands like king queen. Obviously, you don't want to give a free card. He can tax ace highs a little bit. He also gets to check back the river a lot, so that works as well. And now Chick is in the kind of situation where he's not really going to be able to get more value, especially on a diamond. He's just going to go check very often here.
Is there any way to counter that? Do you lead sometimes, or are you just too afraid of getting raised?
Bet the turn.
Yeah.
That's better. Check raise the turn. I mean, check raising would be a little bit rough on the second 10, but.
And the diamond. Check, check.
Yes, I'm good.
Check, check. Check, check.
Big. As soon as I said I surrender, I realized that I thought I was a small blind. Second mistake of the day. I had king 4 of diamonds. I don't see if I see the river, but
Flop your flush draw.
yeah.
You're not folding.
One more hand?
Oh, but maybe on the turn, yeah.
One more hand.
Yeah. One more hand before we go on break.
So this is the spreadsheet. This is before it starts, right?
Yeah.
It's just, that's insane.
Basically, it's input, number of entries,
I was
calculate total chips in play,
turn
and
around.
assuming an approximate
saw
50
the
big
open
blind
raise
average
and
throughout
the
will
open
give you the
raise
number of
was
players you
really
should have at the end of each level.
Wow.
It's not, I mean, it's
So then you
tournament directs have been using it
fold
for
from
years.
the
It's
small
nothing
blind
special.
to
It's just
king
useful for us to
four
try and
suited.
plan
Because
out
the
the
open
days.
king-
and
I
know
see.
He called Cal. He called Cal.
where we're
I
gonna
thought
be
it
at.
was the open. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I see. I see. You're bad at live poker. You're bad at live poker.
Well, I'm doing quite good.
That's wild. He just goes, wow.
No one's good at it though, so it's okay.
Good point. Good point.
Just have to be better than us, right?
John Little's the best.
It's a small mistake, obviously.
He really is.
The conversation you had with him at the PC, I think it was also PCPC 2019, where you kept saying to him, I don't understand. And he didn't realize you were ribbing him. And he's just like looking at you. And I could see like the uncertainty in his eyes. And he just goes and explains it in different words. And you goes, I still didn't understand.
You
And he's
lost
like,
me.
Yeah, you lost it. What do you mean? And he just kept going over and over and over.
You almost feel bad. Almost.
Yeah, it's just too good.
Fun.
Yeah.
Flush draws are always fun.
Check.
Check, check.
Did you say check, check, or did you say chick, check?
Check, check.
Check, check.
Uh-huh.
Last hand before the break.
You lost me.
Colonia still has the best hand for now with ace high. Obviously, Chick is a statistical favorite, facing a bet of 75,000.
Aha.
That's interesting.
That is the best hand right now.
Check.
A slowdown card. Folks haven't really been slowing down on slowdown cards lately.
No, it's not in style.
Check.
Aha.
Oh.
10 on the river gives Chick the advantage.
Just kind of got to figure out, does my 6 beat enough? I mean, the 10 is definitely in Colonius' favor, right?
Check, showdown.
Yeah, just going to take the 6 to showdown.
Now check, check.
Check, check.
So that will see Christoph Chick win the last hand of the level. He has the chip lead at our main feature table, close to 100 big blinds, although at the next blind level, it's going to be close to 75 big blinds, because when we come back from break, we'll be playing 20,000, 40,000 with a 40K big blind ante. Lex, thank you so much for spending the entire first level of the day with us.
Yeah, it was my pleasure. It's good to see you guys again.
I hope you enjoy the rest of your time off over the next day and a half before playing the PSPC on Monday.
Crushing some dreams in the PSPC. Can't wait.
Remember, I said I had a feeling. I felt it in my bones. One of them, at least.
Our thanks to Lex Veldhuis. Live action resuming from the PCA main event on the other side of the break. These are the players we're watching right now on the main stage. No short stacks, even at the new blind level. Some deep stack poker to be played as we play down from the final 14, that's where we're at now, to the final 6. 15 minutes on the clock, and then we will be back with more action from the penultimate day of the PCA 2023 main event here on PokerStars TV.
Anyone here over 35?
I'm the oldest, 26.
Really?
Yeah, I asked him already. 26.
26. 26 is the oldest. I might have grandchildren your age.
That is crazy, right? Barry Shulman's 63, and there isn't another player at the table over the age of 26.
Blue.
Blinds 40-80.
And this was the last time ever that 26-year-olds were good at anything.
Raise, make it 200.
Benzimani opens with King-Queen.
So another
Straight, right?
Yes, sir.
flat in the small blind.
Just noticing a pattern.
It's weird because people get real aggro with their garbage hands, but are still slow playing their fairly good hands.
Action flop here. Everyone has something.
Action has checked to Zamani, who's got 2 overs and the gut shot. Kimball calls from the small, and Shulman's going to call with his open-ender too. Huge pot already, 1.5 million in the middle. Wonder if Gimbal ever considers raising. 3 of hearts on the turn.
Gimbal doesn't want to gamble.
Check.
The most tilted check ever.
Yeah, definitely not the check of a guy that loves this board. Is that the straight? No, you always make a pair.
It's hard to make a pair.
Oh, he's going for it.
Barry Shulman is going for it. That's 500,000. Not really big enough to bluff out much, I don't think. Seems like a pretty easy call with top pair. Especially with as disinterested as Barry looks.
Nothing.
Gimbal now playing 6.2 million. Alan.
All the Jeffries.
Is this your first final table, Barry?
Huh?
Is this your first final table?
No. And hopefully not my last.
Barry makes the main event final table, the World Series, not too long after this, right?
Oh, really?
Did Barry make the main event final table?
I think he did.
I know his son did.
Maybe I'm thinking of another event. Maybe it's a different bracelet event. He for sure finished runner-up for a bracelet at some point. I'm going to look it up. I'm going to use the internet.
Okay, while Joe's doing some all-important research, we see Ty Ryman open with ace-jack. Ryan D'Angelo re-raises with ace-jack. I mean, it looks like he's wearing a World Series of Poker bracelet at this final table, Joe.
Well, in 2019, he finished third in a bracelet event. Well, let's go back to this era.
Decent chance of a chop pot if we get to showdown. Ryan continuing here for 625K.
I expect Ryman will call one. Oh no.
Interesting. Figured there with the straight draw he might call one straight, but no. Ryan D'Angelo retakes the chip lead. Both guys have more than 100 bigs each. Matt Haugen with just 11 bigs in the danger zone.
Danger zone! Yeah, he made a World Series of Poker final table the summer right before this.
But hadn't he just won, like, was it the European one? That he was it either 2008?
Yes, that's what I'm thinking, the World Series of Poker Europe.
And he won that, right? And that was a few months before this.
Yes, which I believe they do count as a main event win, right?
No, they don't count it as winning the World Series main. It's the World Series of Poker Europe bracelet. It's still a bracelet, and that's the one I think he's wearing at this table. He's picked up kings here, shoves on, reshoves after Haugen moves on in with ace-6.
Haugen knows bad news.
Look how excited they are. The only time I ever got this excited about my stepdad is when he got arrested.
9-9-5 on the flop. Haugen down to 15%. Needs help.
Sweating it hard.
Greenstein required for Haugen to survive. Put your flaming Barrys away. He doesn't get there. King's hold. And Barry Shulman eliminates Matt Haugen. He cashes out in 9th place for $150,000, and that's going to take us down to the official final table, down to 8 players who'll come back for the final day and play for the first prize of $2.2 million.
Here is 650.
So Ryan D'Angelo opens with jacks. Harrison Gimbel 3-betting with ace-king. Decent rail for this one. It's been a while, Joe, since we had a rail like this.
I'll make it 1.3 million.
Very cool. This is insane, by the way, this setup that's happening right here.
Ryan D'Angelo's parents have traveled for the final table.
Like, how do you avoid this when all you have to do is ladder up 4 spots and you make $1 million?
Wow, yeah, this is Is ICM suicide here?
Call.
Evasive.
Oh my god. Ridiculously huge race alert.
What am I gonna do?
Good luck, gentlemen.
What is happening?
Go
What's going on with Mr. T there?
What was that?
I pity the fool who gets it in for millions of dollars in equity
Got any jacks?
on a coin flip.
Jacks.
Ace high flop.
Ah, that's bad.
Even back then.
I wonder which one's Ryan's mom.
Jack of hearts.
Card, please.
That sucks. What do you have, like 6 mil or something?
I'll count it after. I don't know right now.
Trying to jinx you.
I know.
Gimbal needs to fade a jack on the river, which he does.
Nice hand. All right.
The Gimbal squad very happy with that result as he doubles up to over 10 million. And Ryan D'Angelo has just lost half of his stack.
In the door.
Do they have a printer on site?
I imagine that they probably used like the convention services office. And as simple as those signs are, just on printed sheets of A4, they probably cost like $10 each.
Yeah, just think of how much those art supplies cost in the Bahamas.
Barry Licious.
That's kind of weird from whether it's a daughter or a stepdaughter, I think.
So
anyway.
the ages of previous PCA champions, several young winners, only one of the older generation, that being John Gale back in 2005. Harrison Gimbal could become the youngest, as could Ty Ryman. These guys 19 and 21 respectively. Zach Goldberg also 21 years old.
I knew these guys were young, but I actually thought they were in their mid-20s. This is
ridiculous.
Yeah. Benzamani limping in with 9-8 of spades. Ty Ryman with aces.
Will he limp? He'll limp.
Does limp.
Wow.
I mean, this was the age where someone could very easily sail off here, trying to pick up the limping money. Oh no, they don't even have to try to pick up the limping money. Coral just getting dealt a brutal cold deck. Gimbal. King, queen. There goes one of Coral's queens.
How much is the bet?
400.
How much is the bet?
Samani folds the 9-8.
How much is the bet? I raise.
Man, the limp re-raise, it is suspect.
All in. Call.
Not suspect enough. Coral sticks the rest in. Ryman snap calls with aces, and we know Coral's got one immediate out. Tommy Vidi's on the rail.
So sick.
Tommy used to do a fair amount of backing in the day. I wonder how big a piece he has of Ryman. And Coral can only hit the one remaining queen.
Oof. One outer required. Nope. So we lose our first player from the final table, Thomas Coral, out in 8th place. That's worth $201,300. Barry Licious opening with ace-10, and Benzamani announces all in with 8. Olga Raven has ace queen of clubs.
How much?
4.
I'm all in.
Reshoves.
5 million.
Jeez. Want your hand back?
Harrison Gimbel has pocket jacks.
I'm all in.
Harrison announces re-raise.
Oh, this is ridiculous, this hand.
It's back to Barry, who made the original raise.
Oh, fold already.
I know I had 1 ace. I want to make sure it's not 2.
Not a good spot for Zamani. Take it back.
I mean, am I crazy, but do you sometimes just fold jacks in the big blind there?
Only ace.
And ace queen of clubs for Olga.
Two players at risk, Zamani and Raven. Gimbel's got the best hand. He's got them both covered.
Olga's next in chips with the ace queen suited in clubs.
Jack of spades.
5-8.
It is an 8-high flop, a set for Zamani, but there is a significant side pot.
Yep, Dad.
Jacks are in the lead for the side.
And of course, that's not going to save Raven.
The main pot with 3 8s.
Olga Raven drawing dead on the turn. Zamani could also be eliminated if there's a jack on the river. The set of 8s holds. Zamani gets a triple up. Olga Raven, meanwhile, is eliminated in 6th place, cashing for 450K.
Never more, never more. Hello, my babies, and welcome back once again to the PokerStars Caribbean Adventure 2023. Can you tell I've had coffee? Live coverage of the main event, Day 5, from Bahamar in the Bahamas. Down to the final 14 players. The aim today is to get down to the final 6. Shortest stack out there, Ian Matakis, followed by Alan Mello. You may know him as Alan Ribeiro. Let's take a look at the halves, including the Halverson. That didn't work. 47 big blinds for Mitchell Halverson. Jonathan Little still in the mix. Top of the heap, Christoph Chick and Alexandra Raymond. This is our feature table. One of them, everyone now featured. Kim Caramelli. Hello, Kim.
Hello, thanks for having me.
Thanks for being with us. Kim's a comedy writer, cracks me up on the daily.
I'm very funny.
We're going to try to fill in the blanks here a little bit as we get through some of the more serious, slow stuff. You may hear Maria and I occasionally mention our home game that we had during the pandemic. We call it that to make it sound a little less. You don't call it pandemic?
Never heard it referred to that way. I didn't get to vote on that one. I would have.
No, okay. I guess pandemic.
I feel like I have a bunch of chips.
Anyway,
little bit
I guess
more
we're
than
good
average.
friends.
We're dear friends.
Yes, a little bit more than you should.
What's the small talk
I
like
play
when
great.
you're coming back from a break? Like a lot of weather, a lot of coffee talk?
You know, I wouldn't know, being that I never even smelled a day two before, but Maria might know.
can't count on quads. You can count on having a set with a 7, but you cannot count on quads.
Jonathan Little driving the action here, chit-chat wise. And cards about to be back in the air. Really only 8 eliminations till we're to where we need to be today, but I don't expect that to come very quickly. Maria, you've been in these situations before. It does kind of grind to a halt, does it not? I assume even this is a bigger tournament than most folks are used to playing.
Right, and I was going to mention that we're actually on the verge of a pay jump as well, but not just this pay jump, but there are several other pay jumps heading into the 6 figures where the big money is up top, which is why this action is going to probably be at a snail's pace.
Yeah, it's not just the speed of play that has been a little, man, I almost said the wrong word there. It's been a little slow. But folks have been a little tight, a little bit reluctant to 3 and 4 bet pre-flop. Some tighter pre-flop folds, some tighter river folds, I think, than we would have seen at other points of the tournament. And right now we're about to see a blind-on-blind battle between Christoph Chick and Jamil Wakil.
I do think that's probably a function of just the fact that we've been talking throughout this tournament about how tough the field is, and now down to 2 tables, you've got stacked player after stacked player, and there's nowhere to hide, so you probably don't want to get too out of line because you are going to hear from these tough opponents.
Same thank you for all players in the 25K. We're coming back to level round 8.
So at this level, do you guys think that people are aware of the reluctance and trying to take advantage of that if you're a more seasoned, experienced player?
I think it's kind of a game of chicken where everyone is aware of it but still can't really do much about it. And we haven't found a clear-cut person right now that's sort of throwing caution to the wind. I will say we did see a pretty cool 4-bet jam with ace-5 suited that was snapped off by ace-king. That's really the only move we saw, and that was Jamil Wakil, who went from having 100 big blinds to having 80. He's sitting on about a 60 big blind stack now as we see this 7-6-5 2-diamond flop. Sometimes you will have someone, Kim, that decides they're going to be table captain, but everyone's so aware of ICM these days and how much money there is just by surviving that we less and less frequently have that person at these tables.
Wakil being in position in this hand to bet that gut shot equity plus ace high.
Obviously, both players drawing to the same gut shot. How cool would it be if in a guest stint we get an Everyone Loves a Chop Pot?
Oh, wow. Yes, Kim.
Interesting.
I mean, you've watched the stream enough to know what the deal is, right?
For Everyone Loves a Chop Pot?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard it being said with, you know, vigor, so I'm
Hundreds
interested.
of times, yeah. Kim, by the way, big poker fan, tunes into the streams quite a bit. Not just ours. What was it like seeing Lex in here? Are you a Lex watcher?
I blacked out in excitement as soon as I saw him. I tried to make eye contact. It did not work. I'm kind of like with the comments, and like I also root for kind of Max Payne. So while chop pots are nice, I'm a troll.
Well, no chop pot here. Wakil's pair of aces will be good at showdown. Kim also plays a lot of poker. Not really sure how she pays her bills because
I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just a lot of time at Mohegan Sun.
Yeah. Well, Foxwoods mostly.
Foxwoods, sorry.
Yeah, definitely don't mention my last name. People will come for me for debts.
Chick checks.
I feel like Wakil can pretty easily go for value here with top pair, blocking the straight as well. And, you know, Chick just hasn't shown much interest in this pot. I think if he were trapping, he would probably lead the river in some scenarios. So I think that This is a pretty easy value bet to find.
Is he like targeting a 6 or a jack, or is he just
I mean,
thinking that maybe?
I think as played, Chick can really only have, you know, yes, some 7Xs, but more like the 6X, 5X weaker part of his range.
Sure.
So yeah, I think that sizing-wise, if he were trying to target those hands, he could have maybe considered going a little smaller.
No call on the end there for Wakil. He's going to add 80,000 to his stack. I think that we may have had an graphics error at the start of that hand for Wakil. I think we had him with several 100,000 more chips than were actually sitting in his stack. So apologies. And we're going to make sure that we're a little more on top of that moving forward. ABC Poker asks, it's Chat Pro Day tomorrow. I don't know how to answer this because it's Chat Pro Day today, but that means that this Chat Pro comment about it being tomorrow can't be wrong. So I guess.
Well, that's definitely not how to answer it.
So yes.
I think you're just inviting more chat about Chat Pro Saturday right now is what
It
you're
is,
doing.
in fact, Chat Pro Saturday, which means Chat Pros can't be wrong. Any opinion you have, no matter how ill-timed, uneducated, it all flies today on Chat Pro Saturday.
That's great.
Yep. Get all your terrible calls. I would have folded. All of the things, because you can see all the hold cards. Get it out of your system. Sergei Reichsak raising from the cutoff. Queen of spades. And a question mark.
Mysterious.
And it looks like Wakil has a decision with aces. How to proceed.
Yeah, you would imagine that Reitzek doesn't necessarily need a very strong range to be opening from the cutoff, but Wakil doesn't want to try to trap from the small blind and perhaps let the big blind in if he were to just flat instead. So looks like he's opting for the aggressive route.
Back on Sergey. And who James mentioned, we've more or less been following from the start of our coverage. He was the end of J chip leader after our first day and has been in the mix ever since.
$325, right?
And with this dwell up here, I think we can narrow the range of the other card here quite a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Smells like
Kings of
a
spades.
real hand.
Another queen. Ace of spades. Jack 5 4 2 clubs is your flop.
So we know it's not the jack of clubs.
We can eliminate the jack of clubs at this point. Calling the 3-bet pre-flop with queen jack off is a move I would do.
Oh, yeah.
But Sergey, hopefully not. And action is on Wakil, who is out of position. Does have the betting lead. We'd expect a bet here most of the time. And yes, there it is. And a small one at that.
Yeah, feels like a good texture to go small on, especially when you're holding the ace of clubs in your hand. Right, Zach? Likely to have some type of suited Broadway combination here. You know, I think off of 40 bigs effective, if he had queens, he would have just put it in pre. Still waiting to find out what it could possibly be, that other card.
I hate not knowing.
That's how it feels every time we play poker.
It's
like,
actually my
what does this
favorite
person have?
when we can see just one card, because I feel like a genius when I can figure the other one out, but it's really not that hard to do.
How often would you say you are correct in your guess?
Well, it's never just one card, right? You go, well, it's probably this or this, and I can usually get it to within like 2 choices.
So you're proud of the range you put it on?
Correct. Wait, is that what a range is?
I'll Google it.
Is that what a range is, really? Is like when you just like have a bunch of guesses and it could be this or that or that?
It's a little, it's not really a bunch of guesses. It's like
A range of guesses?
Well, it's Chat Pro Saturday, so I can't be wrong in using it.
Yes, and it is whatever Stapes thinks it is on Chat Pro Saturday.
No, I don't even know what a range is. I've just kind of been pretending this whole time. I seriously, James would say effective stack for like years, and I'd be like, yep, and it is effective.
I learned the term effective nuts from Maria.
Yeah. And you're just like, sure, it seems pretty effective.
It doesn't help like conversationally, but in the poker
Yes.
room, it does work.
So action on Wakil again.
Yeah, I think the sizing
400.
is going to
Get a little bigger now.
Yeah, definitely bigger, but also trying to achieve setting it up so that you can go all in on the river, putting right stack all in, because right stack has the effective stack here.
Yep. I mean, right stack's like pretty heavily weighted toward queens at this point, right?
I think, again, you know, there are ICM considerations, pay jump, but I do also feel like cutoff versus small blind, he might have put queens all in pre.
Okay, that
so
not
that
queens
now.
now.
Yeah. Are we going to find out? Did the dealer? No. Okay, that's it.
I thought we were going to see a call there, which in case I was like defo queens, but
I would have to say if he folded, it's more likely he had something like king, queen of spades, which makes sense because if he had queen, jack of spades, he would have probably called again on the turn.
And you're forgetting that blockers aren't real, so I think that ace
Right, those
queen
don't
is
exist.
Also quite possible there. If you guys want to know what Kim Caramelli looks like, by the way, I would tune into the series finale of the original Inside Amy Schumer.
Am I on the series finale of that one?
I believe, yeah, the Real Housewives of...
Oh, yeah, that captures my vibe.
Yes, that's Kim's in the entire episode.
That's me at my truest
I forgot
self.
actor, writer, and producer.
I begrudgingly allowed myself to be in a few sketches.
She's also in the Hamilton sketch and genuinely hilarious in that one. I remember laughing out loud.
I wrote that one.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
I'm very, very jealous of Kim's career.
And like life and
Oh, yeah, not just that.
intelligence.
Handsome husband.
Dogs.
Three
You're
psychotic
not jealous
dogs.
of my dogs, though. My dogs have drawn your blood.
I'd be jealous of your dogs if there was like an intruder in my house. Or a body I needed to get rid of.
I don't think you have anything of value that people are going to be targeting household-wise.
Ouch.
They're going to drain his pool water.
They're
That's
going
the
to
most
drain
valuable
all that
thing.
water.
That is my
Stays'
most
house.
prized possession, yes. Wakil opening from the button, 7-6 of diamonds, ace-9 suited for Halverson, a hand that will re-raise pretty regularly against the button open, and that's what we're seeing here. Farside Chicken says that show us some hilarious skits for sure. Definitely worth a watch. I agree.
Oh, that's nice. Stapes, I'm assuming you've made an F, marry, Wakil joke at this point?
No,
well.
those are discouraged.
Ah, well. Then
It's a little bit. It's not
take
as,
it back.
It's not as bad if a human lady is doing it. It's
Ah, a
kind of
human
frowned upon
lady.
from the boys at this point.
From non-human ladies.
That's right. Also those. Colonius in the big blind, queen jack off, and ditches it.
I think Wakil could consider calling this.
Appeal, Wakil peel, please.
Could consider calling this off of his stack, this particular combination. You know, you can have some nice board coverage. Suited always helps. You don't expect, you know, to be dominated very often. You'll have live cards.
Plus, last
Very
hand, it would have
likely.
been the nuts on the turn, right?
Yeah.
Where was
it's,
this board last hand?
Right?
It's always the next hand.
All right, and we are going to see a Wakil peel. Not to be confused with Key and Peel.
No, we got that, Stapes.
Another delightful skit show. King 8-6, 2 clubs. This is fun. Pair of sixes and a backdoor diamond draw for Wakil. Halverson with ace high and the nut flush draw. That's right, everybody. It's a post-flop flip.
Yeah, this is quite interesting.
Ooh, 9 of diamonds one time.
And the bet of $155,000 from Halverson. Andrew McMillan on YouTube writes in to say, listening to Staves bragging about hanging out with famous or cool people is the poker commentator version of keeping up with the Kardashians. I'm glad that you're not insulting my friend by saying she is famous or cool. Thank you for your comment.
Appreciate it.
Turn card is the 4 of diamonds.
This is very spicy.
Very spicy.
Spicy indeed.
Oh.
Street flash board.
Halverson still believes that has a lot of equity with this hand and feels like with the betting lead might have to go for the double barrel here. Relatively small sizing though, especially with all the draws possible. You have to kind of think, if I were representing a pretty big hand here, would I take this sizing with all of the draws possible? Wouldn't I
That's a great point.
look to deny some equity? I'm not sure how Wakil is going to read into it, but regardless, with as much equity as Wakil has, he's going to, of course, call.
1.4 million in the middle. One of the biggest pots we've seen so far, and he drills the straight flush on the river.
Goodness. Street flash.
Not sure how much Wakil will get paid, but it sure is nice to see.
Yeah, this is definitely a fun run out for Wakil, and I think Halverson will have to wave the white flag.
Is there a high hand bonus for this event?
Yeah, and it's funny because Wakil was hoping, you know, maybe I'll get there on the river and, you know, or maybe if I don't, my opponent will have nothing so I can try to bluff on the river. But now he's like, oh, I hope Halverson has a really good hand that they 3-bet with so I could get paid. But no, that is not the case.
It just has to be a super, super cooler to get paid on hands like a straight flush or a royal flush or quads. I'm with Harry here. Harry wants to know, will he show it? You got to show it, right? You got to show the straight flush. It's on the stream. You can see it 30 minutes later anyway.
Yeah, but maybe you don't want your opponents to know, you know, what your calling range pre to a 3-bet is and things like that. At this stage of the tournament, I think that I would just let it go unshown and just let people find out 30 minutes later. Information is way too valuable at this point to be giving it out for free.
It's a true pro right there. Wakil shoves, and we're going to see a quick fold. Is he going to show? Take one last look at least.
Bluff?
Yeah, big bluff.
Big
Double
bluff.
check.
A massive bluff.
So he went through, so.
Do you think it would have been too big a tell if he had taken a photo of his hand on the board?
Which one? Yeah, I don't know. One of the two.
Spilled my coffee.
You'll like to see it on the stream. It's a fun hand.
I can wait 71 minutes, don't worry.
That's a straight flush smile right there.
Oh, yeah.
Shout out
commentators
to
will like
Beth
it for
Hall.
sure.
Wendy is Beth in the chat saying, all my favorite people on comms.
And she said that Kim is both famous and cool. And, of course, Beth Hall, quite famous in her own right.
And she's a honey.
I thought you were bluffing.
Well, except when she's hitting on your husband.
Except
but
when
that
she's
is
coming at my man.
another day.
Good bluff spot.
I think I've accidentally hit on Beth's husband.
It was just a
before,
guess. I'm not good at read, so.
50-50.
The hitting on him wasn't an accident. I just didn't know it was her husband.
You didn't know he
Either
was
husband or
attached.
Yeah. They kind of have a relationship like yours and your husband, where they trade off days at the casino.
That's true.
Yeah. To play poker, I should add.
Yeah, not to be hit on.
Wow, and just when you were saying, Staves, that there hasn't been a lot of interesting developments hand-wise, you got a street flash.
That's been great. I mean, that's all you can really hope for in these situations. When I say hope, I'm not wishing ill on anyone, but there's got to be some coolers. Or, you know, as we've seen in the most modern era of poker, what seems to happen more often than not is just pretty tight play because of ICM, and then the blinds just get super, the stacks get shallow, and it's Flip City.
Do you think he probably got max value? Like, he couldn't have gotten any more from that hand, right?
It's unlikely, I think, given what the actual holdings are.
Yeah.
30 minutes or 1 hour?
30.
We'll see it. We'll see it either way.
Yeah, I just was thinking.
Heads up to this flop. It's 8-6-6. King high ahead for now. Martirosian, of course, an online crusher. Much more subdued with his fashion today.
Yeah, but when he turns that hat around, it's right back.
It's the Screaming Lions, yeah.
Ooh.
Lights Out Loser asking who is in the booth with Maria and Joe. One of my favorite comedy writers. His name's Kim Caramelli.
Hello.
Writer, producer, sometimes actor.
Friend.
Friend, that's right. Also my friend. I was going to downplay that part, but in case you embarrass me.
Fair. You can always disown me later. I also play 1-2 pretty regularly, so, you know, I get it.
Which do you play? 1-2?
1-2. So, like,
You're no stranger to
I'm
shame.
no stranger to.
Action folds around to the blinds. Ah, the sourdough. Artisanal sourdough.
Why? What?
So, around the year 2020,
Never mind.
people got
3, I think.
started becoming quite bakers.
Okay.
Baking became in fashion. Everyone had a sourdough recipe, a sourdough starter. Everyone went crazy with the sourdough.
Sure.
And that's right around the time people started going bananas with Ace-5 suited. So we decided to merge the two and start calling Ace-5 suited the sourdough because it was very much in fashion at the time.
And it hits flops.
It does hit flops. It's a really great pre-flop bluffing hand, and if you happen to get caught with your hand in the cookie jar, you've got a decent amount of equity a lot of the time. So it's one of the few hands that I can even pull the trigger on.
I do not believe that.
Pre-flop,
You have
yeah.
1.4.
Less.
3.
I feel like you'd call with that hand, but maybe not raise.
1.1.
personally.
I've done it. I've done the 4-bet jam with
Whoa!
sourdough suited.
I didn't
yeah.
hear this hand history
Yeah.
before. I feel like that would have been one of the first you would tell
Were
me.
you
You'd be
praying
loud and
for a
proud.
fold?
Yes, of course I was praying for a fold. I'm always praying for a
You have
fold.
800 in white, right?
800, yeah.
You know you want some off him, right?
What's that?
You know you want some off him.
I know. In that hand, I thought he had 1 million in white.
You're ready to get the rest already?
Trying to get every chip in the tournament. Yeah, that is my goal.
So you are telling me that my fold was good?
Derps Ducks on Twitch says, I like it less since you explained it. Here, I'll shorten it to a two-word explanation. You banned.
So it didn't matter.
Thank you for your comment.
What size?
Give me the money size,
It was good.
Leonardo asked, did you get a fold, Joe?
would've
Yes,
bet
I
smaller.
did. What kill with jacks now? Up to almost 4 million in chips. That's just about 100 big blinds with 14 players to go. Pretty sweet.
Nope. Should play this hand.
And it looks like that is going to get through. So Maria said she's surprised I didn't tell her about the sourdough jam because I do text Maria almost every significant pot I play.
Sure.
And this one day I thought it would be funny to text her a hand history where I called a 3-bet pre-flop with 10-4 offsuit because I had a feeling.
Oh.
And I flopped trips and turned a full house and busted 2 players. And
you didn't announce that you had a feeling at the
no,
table, did you?
First of all, this hand never happened.
Oh.
It's a fake hand history.
It's a fake hand history, but I wanted
history.
Maria to be like, dude, like, I wanted her to be like, are you nuts? Like, what are you doing?
You wanted to waste Maria's time.
Correct.
Yeah.
And then what happened was she took a reasonable amount of time to get back to me, maybe 15 minutes, and then I just got like an insanely... Oh, hold on a second. Big pot over here. We'll finish that story no one cares about in a second.
Please.
Matakis opening under the gun. Matakis, excuse me, opening under the gun with ace-king suited, being 3-bet by Nevis. And action back on Matakis, who is clearly going nowhere. 4-betting. 420. And I think Nevis is going to do a good job of looking like he may do something besides fold and then fold.
Yeah, Matakis ready to 4-bet, get it in with the suited ace-king. Can't blame Nevis off of that stack, of course, and an ace blocker in their hand on the button to try to take this spot, put a lot of pressure. Again, we are on the verge of that pay jump, still at 13 players. So a lot of good reasons to, of course, find a light 3-bet and try to get your opponent to fold pre, but
did you say raisins? Because clubs kind of look like raisins.
No.
Oh, I thought you said a lot of good raisins.
Definitely not.
No.
I thought I said raisins.
I could be
For sure, she said raisins.
I could just be wanting raisins.
But also ace king of raisins is a pretty hand.
Nevis wasting a lot of time bank cards on a hand that I thought was just going to be a bit of Hollywooding. So clearly an actual decision being.
Yeah, maybe it's just the sizing that is making Nevis wonder, you know, one of potentially 2 things is maybe the option to call in position or...
There we go.
Yeah. Or wasting everybody's time, just like you waste my time, Staves.
Yeah, speaking of which, so before she could even see that message, I suffered some horrific beat, and I was too mad to even let the joke play out. And so I just...
It's karma.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, I was just kidding about that, but now feel bad for me. Suitor McGavin with a good point. Is he 4-betting me just to do the 420 joke? Raksha Supermod asking, do we go to one table at 8 or 9 players? We go at 9 players.
It's a good call.
Tolbert employing the limping strategy with King Jack suited from early position. Mello is going to call in the small, and Matakis can take a free flop. Do you just have to look like you're thinking about doing anything besides checking? Not give away, like an auto check is just kind of
It's a timing
bit of a tell.
Yeah, exactly.
Eight, 7 tray, 2 clubs.
Not exactly a great flop for Tolbert, especially when you've let in the small blind and the big blind for cheap.
Oh, that sounds like you're throwing a little shade at the pre-flop limp.
No. I don't really have a problem with the pre-flop limp. I'm just saying that he can't really do anything on this board.
Do something. 8 on the turn.
The good thing is he is still ahead. But if one of his opponents in the blinds wants to try to start turning their hand into a bluff, I feel like this is a good time. It's a good turn card. Because most of the time if you flop, say, a pair, you're going to check to the pre-flop limper that limped off of a somewhat short stack, right? So you're never really going to have any leads in this situation anyways, but it doesn't mean that you couldn't have an 8x in your hand or even a 7x.
So king high will be good if this gets to showdown. It looks like Mello may have designs.
He's thinking.
And is betting a significant portion of his stack here.
Yeah.
Snap fold from Matakis.
Is that a pot size bet?
Yeah, it's a very
Yeah.
nice size. That is going to work.
Important pop from Mello. Sadly, we have to say goodbye to our guest commentator,
I'm
Kim
not leaving.
Caramelli. She has a flight to catch.
Oh, okay, then I am leaving.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you guys for having
You're
me.
very welcome. That was a
It's been
pleasure.
the honor of a lifetime. Bye.
See you later. Be sure to check out Kim's work. You can IMDb her.
I actually wasn't sure. I thought you were just...
And don't worry, I'll be bragging about the stuff she does in the future.
Like, why did I do that?
Same for me.
Goodbye,
actually.
Kimberly. And we're going to play on.
Play on,
It felt
playa.
inconsistent, though.
A little bit. Considering well, he knows I didn't do it at all on day one. I've done it the entire tournament. Yeah, not really my style.
Still 14 players. 1 hour left on the level. And that is a walk in the big blind for Michelle Detani. Started today as the chip leader, but unfortunately got coolered. Not even a cooler, just got straight up bad beat. I mean, it was a cooler and a bad beat. Pocket kings losing to ace king, all in pre-flop. Did quite a bit of damage to Detani's stack. Did bust one of the only players to be eliminated today, Pais, but Pais did not have many chips.
Yeah, it's really tough to run into those unavoidable spots on day 5.
I Dream Memes asks, is Kim going to manage / produce your comedy tour stage? You know, she's quite qualified to do it.
I liked your hand better.
And
I
she
liked your hand
has
better from the start.
helped me out in the past with some stand-up advice.
I can't beat both of
I wish she was here now to hear this question because it would be a less awkward way of me asking her to do it. But if she offered, I would absolutely let her manage my stand-up tour.
You know what? I'll do you a solid, Stapes, and I'll say that it was mentioned on stream by
Okay,
somebody
good.
else, and that we both think it's a good idea.
That's what she's going to go.
She'll pick up what we're throwing down.
Someone also asking, was that a D'Angelo quote?
Play on, play it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for catching that.
There's only one D'Angelo in my book, and it's Vickers from The Office.
Somebody says, we've been at 14 for a long
of course.
time. That is a...
I'm very silly, by the way. Ryan D'Angelo is the #1 D'Angelo. What are you doing, Ben? Is that clip coming up today? It might be my all-time favorite PCA clip. Is Ryan D'Angelo freaking out at Ben Zamani? Somebody wrote a really mean comment when Kim was here about me, and it was so funny.
Why didn't you read it out loud?
Well, because I didn't want it to make it about me for once. Well, and it's been deleted now because our mods are awesome, but that's right.
I mean, I kind of have one small issue with the mods. Yes, they're awesome. But yesterday when I was typing in chat on Twitch, it said VIP. There was some type of special signal when I was typing in chat, and now it's gone. Someone take that away from me?
Huh. I don't know.
I don't know. I'd like to feel like a VIP again,
They'll
please.
get back to us.
I'm sure they don't have anything else better to do than to fix my chat.
I mean, this is how tight everyone's playing. We just have multiple walks. I mean, walking does not happen anymore.
Not really. I can't remember the last time I got a walk.
Tom's saying you are a VIP in chat.
Oh.
Maria. Yeah.
Yay! Thank you, Tom.
And yes, more Diet Coke. The same D'Angelo Vickers who can make the Michael Jordan free throw. Sorry, Michael Jordan dunk from the free throw line. That's correct. Have you seen all of The Office, the American one, all 9 seasons?
I haven't seen all 9 seasons, but it is definitely one of those shows that I really enjoy, and I put it on in the background a lot, but
Yeah.
I can't say
I
I've
think it's the
watched it
most
all.
streamed show of all time because I think a lot of people do that. I just watched it for like maybe the 2nd or 3rd time, and I think if I was going to rank all the bosses on The Office, it would be Robert California, Michael Scott,
Okay.
David Brent, in that order.
Okay.
I'm
See,
a Robert California guy. I know it's controversial.
you very clearly watch it way more than I do.
I don't know if you can really count D'Angelo Vickers or
Yeah.
I can't remember the English woman's name even, unfortunately. Heads up to the flop. We finally didn't have a walk. It did go down to the blinds, though. Jack 10 suited, King Trey suited. 2 hearts
Yeah, both very
on this board.
very playable hands in the blinds. I could see why Power did not want to give Nevis a walk with the suited Broadway.
Boogie 22 saying Bob Odenkirk got to be up there. Odenkirk almost got the job.
Oh, I didn't.
Yeah.
He was on The Office.
I don't think he was on it, but he came very close to getting the Steve Carell part.
Huh.
I saw a queen come down, and it's red, but not a heart. Go on, sorry.
I love Bob Odenkirk. Did you watch? Was it called Nobody?
Nobody is fantastic. I've
That's
watched that
great.
movie. It's probably the movie I've seen the most over the last few years. I've seen it 4 or 5 times, I'd say. Check, check. There's the heart. And Nevis, again, with not much to pay off a value bet. I hope that we don't see him drop a couple of time bank cards. Ooh, a par checks.
Yeah, could Nevis take that check as a green light to go for a bluff? Is this going to work for Tapar? Nope.
Check, check, which means we're going to show down the jack high flush. T-par picking up a pot. I noticed that on the other table, the main feature table, Jonathan Little shoved over the top of a Reichsack raise, didn't get called.
Yeah, Little went from being all in last night, you know, with the last few hands to go, doubling up with the ace-queen against tens to being a really formidable stack right now at this stage.
So a lot of folks have been asking the same question, Maria, and I want to try to take a stab at the answer, and you can correct me or clarify if I don't really do it well. So we've seen a couple of situations where players have had really strong hand. One player has had a really strong hand by the river. The other player has had not much they can call with. And we saw one situation here where the first player checked. And then we saw another situation on the straight flush hand where the player shoved. And the question that chat's been asking is, why not just bet like a big blind in either of those situations? And I think that the answer is that, so you might get called for a big blind, right?
Yeah.
But you're losing more money from the times that you could have bet bigger and gotten called.
Absolutely.
Because they don't know that their opponent only has king high.
Yes.
And that they just want to get called by king high. So the times when you just bet one and they have like a smaller flush and they can get away with one big blind is going to make you less money than the times when you shove and you've coolered them and you get everything.
Right. And I think this is where when we talk about hand ranges and ranging your opponent, comes into play because, yes, if you only put your opponents on the weakest part of their range, then sure, maybe betting a little something is better than nothing at all. And if you don't expect to get paid by much, then yeah, you quote unquote could have made the maximum, right? But that's only if you put your opponent on the very bottom of their range on the hands that they're going to call a big blind with. But a lot of times, especially, you know, as we saw in that Street Flash pot, when it's a 3-bet pot pre-flop, if your opponent happens to have the top of their range there, they actually had a 3-bet hand pre that was premium, then you're leaving some chips on the table by just going for a really tiny bet.
You're not just playing that one hand, right? I mean, you are, but really you're playing all of the hands in infinity.
Right, and you know, when we do watch this on stream, we are seeing every player's hole card, so we know that, okay, yes, obviously this person wouldn't call this bet with this hand, but what about all the other hands that they could possibly have in this situation?
And I'm going to read this comment just because it's Chat Pro Saturday. Lights Out Loser says, "Oh, one big blind will raise your flush." Thank you for your comment. Chat Pro Saturday showdown. Neither player with a very strong holding. Pair of 4 is good. Vuns187 says, "I like Papo MC." So do we. Thank you for your comment. Mirth Style asking, will they have the final table outside again if Little makes it? Oh, man. James just leaned in from another room and shook his head at me. You want to see James go completely gray? Tell him that the final table is going to be shot outside. Yeah, we're gonna pack up the set overnight, rebuild it outside. We're gonna control the weather.
What could go wrong?
What could go wrong? Mounar says, "Caster, stop coughing in mic since it's Chat Pro Saturday. I'm going to let that fly. I'll do my best." Raymond, pocket kings in the small blind. Is there anything you can do wrong
Holy
here?
stack.
Can you limp this? Can you just limp your kings here?
Yeah, I think it depends on what the person in the big blind has.
Stack size wise,
yes.
obviously.
Okay, 580. Yeah, I honestly would have preferred to see a limp, I think.
Now that you see the stack, or now that you see Mello's cards?
Now that I see his stack. It's not a non-zero chance that he's going to shove over this. Okay, looks like now it is. But I'm saying before he started reaching for the calling chips.
He might have shoved King 9 over a limp, right?
Yeah, so, yeah, I don't know. I think just as far as stack size goes, effective, you should just be limping. But this is going to make it a little hard for Mello to get away from as well.
Pair of 9s for Mello. It's going to be probably a little too strong to get away from on the flop. Hayden's written in to let me know that kings are only 1 for 3 all in pre-flop today.
Well, this is an all-in pre-flop, so...
Yeah, but we could pretend like it would have been.
No, I think that this one, the kings are going to hold. It's pretty tough to win with King 9 against kings.
And as suspected, Mello. I mean, it's bad enough you have a short stack. You don't have to have like 4 stacks of 5 chips.
SPR's 1.
Turn is a 10. 10 of clubs. And queen, so they're drawing to the same straight now? Is that what's happening? 9, 10, jack, queen, king. Okay.
Yeah, I think at this point with this turn card, Raymond might just want to put his opponent all in.
I remember back in the day where you could put someone all in here and they might hero you with a pair of 9s.
I'm all in.
There's the all in.
5 ounces all in.
Yeah, it's interesting because for Mello in this case, actually blocking King Jack is going to be a little bit of a factor. Also, the fact that Raymond doesn't have to have a hand to be raising from the small blind into Mello's big blind, considering Mello was pretty short to start. So, of course, has a stack that can't withstand a lot of pressure.
Cole writes in on YouTube to say, bad call. But a good fold, I guess. And with that, it might be time to bring out the big guns, commentator-wise. James Hardigan, welcome back.
Thank you, Joseph. I was actually thinking that the outdoor final table at the PCA was probably not the most ridiculous idea of all time. That goes to the World Series of Poker main event in 1997.
Yeah.
When they decided to play outside. I will remind you, Vegas is in the desert. And playing outside in like 40-degree heat, that's Celsius, by the way, not Fahrenheit.
It's more annoying.
It's probably not the best idea.
Is it a better or worse idea than when they decided that the winner of the World Series of Poker would be decided by a vote?
I believe that only happened once. My favorite part about that, what was there, 6, 7 players, if they all voted for themselves?
Yes.
And then they had to change the rules and say, right, on the next round, you can't vote for yourself. And I think it took like 3 or 4 rounds until they had, like, you know, a winner.
It was like 7 angry men.
You're going to be a little surprised when you see that.
Yes, that's right. Stu Unger won that final table in 1997.
I don't know.
The problem with the Bahamas, Maria, is that it can get very windy. And certainly the reason why the idea of playing the final table outside was abandoned after 2007, Ike Haxton will tell you, the cards were blowing off the table constantly. And because, of course, the TV edit didn't show any of that, it looks fantastic, but in reality it was a blooming nightmare.
Yeah, I've had to battle the wind a few times this trip, and I lost every time.
Overall, it's been very warm, sometimes very hot, but changeable. Like suddenly it'll cloud over and you get a heavy downpour, or suddenly the wind will pick up and you'll be really feeling it. It's island weather, it's changeable.
Get the vest here, gotta go. No regrets.
Not a bad hand combination for Little to play as a check raise, especially against the button open of Colonius. You've got some of those backdoor straight and flush possibilities working for you, and an overcard to the board. So should you get called, of course, which we see top pair, top kicker is not going to go anywhere, Little can pick up quite a bit of equity on the turn.
Little down to 7% equity now, with the 8 of clubs pairing the board on the turn.
Yeah, that's a good give-up card, I think, on the turn, especially once Colonius calls pre-flop. And as Little not turning any additional equity, just giving up at this point.
What's up? Today we'll take long. Yeah, overhand. Long. Yeah.
Colonius checks behind. River is another queen, so it's a full house for Colonius.
The full 5 levels. Yeah, maybe more. 6 or 7 levels, maybe. 5 would be good, but yeah. We'll see. Doubtful. Yeah. It's going to be a long day. Yeah.
That is the kind of check that says, I have no intention of putting another chip in this pot.
Yeah, the time banks are good, but...
Yeah, especially because, you know, even a hand like King High right now is not a great bluff catcher, because King 10 specifically blocks a ton of the potential draws that Colonius could have called the check raise with pre-flop. You know, you're blocking Jack 10. You're blocking 10-9. You're blocking some flush draws with the 10 of spades. So you see a little thinking about it, but like I said, this particular king high is not as good of a bluff catcher as some king highs that don't contain the 10 of spades specifically. So even though the bet size is somewhat enticing, I just think...
I'm surprised to see Jonathan thinking about this. I genuinely thought he was done with the hand the moment he checked. He looked so kind of like, nah.
I think he was done with the hand as in he wasn't going to bet it himself, but
Right.
it wasn't like he's not necessarily going to contemplate calling with king high. I think what he's confused by is just that, you know, trip eights would have bet the turn, and he assumes that maybe a good queen would have bet the turn as well.
Wow,
So
he does make the call. He does see the bad news. He does gift Alexandros Kolonius another
Something like that.
200K. And Kolonius chips up over 1.68 million, playing 42 bigs. Of
Embarrassing.
course, Sergi Reitzak is the low
Everyone's
man
gonna
at the
see it.
table with
What a
15
terrible
big
call.
blinds.
He had full house.
Apologies, Maria. Have you already answered this question from PK on YouTube? Maria, how long were you playing for before something clicked and you knew that you were actually a good / profitable player?
Definitely not in the first few years when I was strictly playing recreationally. It was probably my 4th year when I actually started keeping track of my sessions and having that data to kind of back up, okay, this is my hourly and cash games, and you know, these are the stakes that I'm playing. Can I actually make a living playing these stakes as well?
Yeah.
To afford my expenses and whatnot. So probably I would say the 4th year when I actually started keeping track. And it wasn't just like, oh, here's a couple extra bucks in my pocket. I'm going to go blow it on, you know, clothes or something. Or CDs. Wow, I'm really dating myself now.
Go down to Tower Records and buy a couple of compact discs.
That is where I got all my compact discs from.
Halverson opening with the Snowmen's, pocket eights in the hijack, and Reitzak defending his big blind with 4 deuce of diamonds. Has to be careful. Is approaching the danger zone. Danger zone. Jack, Jack, Jack. That's a full house for Halverson.
I could have jammed pre-flop, so it's not so bad.
That's 55,000.
Lost a lot, but less than is necessary. Less than perhaps I would have. In a different life, I would have been all in for sure.
C-bet from Halverson of 55,000. About 40 minutes left on the level. And we are playing a sub 50 big blind average right now. And of course, when we roll into the next level, they will be playing even shallower. We did predict today would be slow. We knew they would take their time. And the pay jumps, the kind of consideration of where they're at in the tournament right now would dictate the pace of the action. But there comes that point, Maria, where something has to give. And that's the problem with the blind levels going up every 90 minutes. It does force the action.
I'm more interested in what the widget has to say, James. What say you, widget?
Well, the widget says we should finish this level with between 13 and 10 players. And right now we're at 14. And I do kind of feel that it's possible that we don't, but that just means that it then has to pick up the pace later on, because once the average stack becomes 40 big blinds, 30 big blinds, it takes a lot of the play out of it.
Yeah. And obviously, you know, the widget can't account for card distribution, right? Sometimes you just don't get those coolers, or you don't get a big hand versus a big hand where some of these 40 big blind stacks are going to be getting a lot of chips in with.
Yeah. Well, Tarosian opened in the cutoff and has been 3-bet by Christoph Chick, who has the ladles, pocket jacks,
Well, now I want soup.
Did you manage to get a sandwich today?
No, I didn't, but I did see Stapes eating a sandwich earlier.
Looks like I didn't miss out on much.
Even with the mayonnaise, Joe, no good?
He might have forgotten to put the mayonnaise on it. That could have been the mistake he made.
Oh. Joe picked up the wrong sandwich. He gambled and he lost.
Martirosian seriously considering perhaps getting involved.
Yeah, calls out of position. Sorry, in position with the ace-10, but what a flop for Chick.
See, this is how you play jacks. Everybody, it's easy. Not a sweat.
Don Hill, why does she sound so like Maria Ho? Because it is Maria Ho. I mean, oh, it's Chat Pro Saturday. I just have to accept it and move on, don't I?
I never really thought of myself as having a distinctive voice.
You do sound a lot like Maria Ho.
But, you know,
so Chick adds 350k to his stack, takes it down with a C-bet on the flop.
Post-college, I was a little bit in real estate. I was a salesperson for windows, power, and siding. I even worked construction for a summer, but I was still kind of like trying to make it in poker a little bit. Ended up moving down to Atlantic City. Decided to take a shot with $4,000 to my name, and here I am almost 13 years later. Honestly, I just feel like I'm vibrating at the right frequency. I got here, I've been waking up at 7 a.m., hitting the beach, meditating, doing everything I can to get in the proper headspace, and there's very little emotion when it comes to poker here for me. For some reason, I felt like I have found a zone. It's hard for me, and I believe most players, to find.
Oh, I love this part. The slow peel.
Every one of my tables so far have been super tough. And I'm looking around and I'm just shocked at the skill level in this field. If I was able to make the final table in a field of this stature, it would send me into the right frame of mind to where I think I could pursue a whole new level of play.
Vibrating at the right frequency, Christoph Chick.
can't say I've heard a lot of people in poker say that, but good on ya.
Silhouette on Twitch asks, if there's a 30-minute delay, do you ever try to cover two simultaneous hands from different tables sequentially if they're both interesting enough? Not quite sure what you're asking. Obviously, everything we're seeing happened in real time. By the way, we have got an all-in at the secondary feature table. It is Alain Mello, who's all in with ace-6 against the queen-10 of Alex Raymond. And that is an open-ended straight draw for Raymond.
From a pretty fair fight pre-flop to a really fair fight now.
Funny.
Mello, 70% favorite, has to fade a 9-10 queen or ace on the river, and it survives. But yeah, obviously, you can't utilize the delay to know where action happened because it's all been covered in real time 30 minutes ago.
And I am back again. Yep.
But the good news about production is they do such a good job of kind of knowing they have spotters, you know, people who see what's happening, and they'll be like, okay, we need to come and shift to this table.
Yeah,
right?
I mean,
So,
obviously, you know, we're following the action at the feature table, and then you understand there's an all-in and a call, so we go over there to see
Right.
that get dealt out.
Very strange spot. I was calling an ace and then
Crazy Duck says split
ace
screen
not
both
good
tables.
mark.
That's what he's asking. That is,
Yeah.
I'm going to say,
Ace,
a
ace, ace,
terrible
ace.
idea.
No, please no.
Anything but an ace, queen or two. You don't even care if it's a 6.
If you are 30 minutes in the future, how do you see chat in the present? Because, put simply, the commentary is live. So everything you're seeing right now, we're seeing at the same time. The entire video feed, graphics feed, is delayed by 30 minutes, and then the commentary is added live, and that's how we can be in the same time zone as you guys, and we can respond to your questions and comments.
technology, pretty cool stuff.
Exactly, Farside Chicken. Trying to call the action on 2 tables would be a mess. I do think it's better to do one thing relatively well. Let's not big ourselves up too much, rather than try to do 2 things at once really, really badly.
Switching.
Yeah. Also, again, this comes back to, and I don't want to get into the weeds with kind of like production and graphics, but I know a lot of people are saying, why do you have this information on screen? Why can't we see this? Why can't we see that? There has to be a balance, Maria. And again, when it comes to graphics, I've said this before, I'll say it again. The moment that your live stream looks like a HUD, you have lost all but the hardcore. And we are trying to obviously bring poker to the people. We want this to be an entertainment show more than anything else.
Right.
Yeah, you have a good life. Doing anything.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the addition of certain graphics, you know, maybe at the break or whatnot, maybe a VPIP graphic would be nice, but having it on the screen at all times is so cluttered and so unnecessary. And that's what the commentators are here for, right? To explain the dynamic, to say, oh, this person has been opening a lot of hands. And that's not necessarily something that needs to be shown at all times.
Exactly. And to highlight, we have tried so many things in the 15+ years that we've been doing this. And we kind of know what works and what doesn't.
I know, it's crazy, right?
Plus, you learn from other sports, in inverted commas. And to answer the question about what we did 15 years ago, we had our own streaming platform, PokerStars.tv.
We are in the cash in area, $60. That qualifies for any 600 qualifier. So please next process to play the ESPT Previous Championship. You're welcome to come to the table.
So we've gone to the river in this hand. Jamil Wakil versus Jonathan Little. Little with sourdough suited, but it's no good against top pair of Wakil. You want to know the action. Jonathan Little was the pre-flop raiser. Wakil just calling out of the small blind. Check, check on the flop. Wakil led the turn for 140K. Will he fire again on the river?
Does anybody else kind of get those bad look-alike vibes of Lewis Hamilton from Wakil?
50.
Bet 50,000.
Just in this, like, the stance, the shades, I don't really know. I'm getting a little something. I'm getting the vibration.
When it comes to bad lookalikes, I've heard a lot worse.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to take that as a compliment.
Take it exactly as it was intended.
Maybe I'm just seeing what I want to see because big Lewis Hamilton fan over here. Interesting river here because Wakil, you see, went for a really, really small bet, just betting 50K, slightly above min, and it induces little to raise. And it's gonna work.
Wow.
I think Wakil will regret that sizing. It really opened the door for little. I understand that also it's a situation where you might feel like you have to block bet because you don't want to check and then face a big sizing on the river, but we also see a lot of people now pounce on such a small sizing because they feel like you're going for thin value, because if you had a straight in that spot or a really, really strong hand, would you bet that sizing for value? Probably not.
So Jonathan Little now up over 2.6 million, 65 big blinds.
Embarrassing.
7 bucks. 8 bucks.
Weak tight.
3 bucks. 4 bucks.
I'm commiserating with you. You understand how I feel the most.
So Maria, you're staring at my widget right now, and you
Back
can
over.
see that it predicts 10.668 players at the end of this level. So if we round that up to 11, because obviously we can't have a fraction of a player, we're not going to start detaching their limbs. Oh, Jonathan Little liked that one.
He thought that was a hoot.
Do you think we can get to 11 players in the rest of this level? That would require 3 eliminations in 23 minutes.
Yeah, I think we would have to see aces versus kings, and then a 4 flush on board for, well, you know, forget it. We'll just let the kings win that one. Oh, wait, we need one more hand in there, too, then. If we need 3 eliminations, we need 4 players and 1 person to win.
I mean, it's asking a lot, but if we are to continue to have faith in the widget, we are going to need to see a little mini bust-out bonanza, and we are going to need to lose 3 players during the back end of this level, as we see Jonathan Little open under the gun with ace-7 of diamonds.
I like your shirt. It's a good one. It's fun.
As table boss, you can see why Wakil might have considered getting involved with the ace-10. Again, we are on the verge of a pay jump. We've been at 14 players for a while now, and there's certainly a lot of pressure you can put on
the big blind, Arthur.
the stacks you have covered.
You
Again,
took the big blind back.
Oh.
if we talk about
Live throw
ICM
trick.
considerations.
Question from Alessandro on Twitter. Hashtag PokerStars TV. Probably already mentioned, but does the PCA still also count as an EPT? It's a fair question, Alessandro. We have mentioned it already, but happily we'll answer again. No, the PCA is now its own thing. So the winner of this year's PCA main event will not be considered an EPT champion.
8 bucks. 10 bucks.
His hand was so shitty, he didn't even want to put the big blind.
So everyone fold.
If you limp, if you limp, he might even fall.
You didn't know I raised?
Yeah. This one.
Huh. Otherwise, you defend.
You didn't realize that he opened raise. Okay,
Put the chips right here.
Don't worry, I made 2 misclicks pre-flop today too.
You see Colonius just opting out from
Wait, so do
raising
you think
that
you were giving
king
me a
8
wall?
on the button. You
No,
know,
that's not
Martirosian in the small blind, really
So he
tough
probably was going
opponent.
to give you a walk.
69.
Little with a big stack in the big.
Now a walk.
So it's okay to pass
He
up
gave you 2
on those
walks in a row.
marginal open spots.
He gave you 2 walks in a row because the hand before maybe he thought he was. Or you knew you were big blind.
But why did he show me? Why did he show me the cards then? It's weird.
Yeah.
Your ships. You know you are fucking. No count, please.
How much did you start with at the beginning?
Have some fun if we win this one, though. I will be having some fun, I think.
I was in that spot
Tolbert
not too
all
long
in
ago,
with
so.
ace-5 suited against Jack. So far, no help on the flop.
Hearts on the turn to have fun.
Shoved over the open.
It's not good
from
when I'm always
Jacks.
begging for like a heart draw on the, or a flush draw on the turn.
Oh. I was going to say 7 of hearts.
Oh.
Yeah,
Well, now the flush outs are not live because Raymond has a boat.
That's not the heart. All right.
Good game.
Hey.
We
Take it
are
down.
going to see an elimination. That is James
Good luck,
Tolbert
everyone.
eliminated
Thanks.
in 14th place.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
James Tolbert cashing out for $78,200. And there is now another money jump.
King.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It looks better than it is.
Next
it is
two
better
players
than it
out will
looks.
get 93,800. Significant jump.
Not bad. Yeah.
Maybe it saved me money. I had a hand to raise with, but I came back to the table, and as soon as I saw you put your chips
That's
down,
right.
it was your
The
blind,
widget
but
is 2 away from being correct.
Maybe it saved me money.
The dream is alive. The dream that the widget is never wrong lives on.
I was just sitting here thinking, wow, what is happening right now? What is happening? Everyone's first time playing live poker, it seems.
Yeah.
Yes. You all qualified online for this? For $10?
That's right, guys. Hashtag trust the widget. Let's get it trending.
Three plus. 4 plus. 5 plus.
You had anything good, Alex?
6 plus.
Would you have folded? Yeah.
Respect.
I had King Jack off too.
What do you do if I 3 bet?
Maybe I 4-bet all in. You never know with me right now. But I just
Folded to
folded
right
quickly.
sack in the small blind. He's got 11 big blinds. Gonna come with the limp. Suited Jack in Chick's hand in the big blind. You can't discount the possibility that right sack could have some limp traps here from the small blind off of that stack. So Chick decides to
Somebody busted over
check back this suited combination.
They out jump. Nice. $15,000 in your pocket. You don't care. Too rich. Too rich.
Right sack's only got 450k behind Maria. He's got 11 bigs.
Yeah, and it's hard to see him, you know,
I remember first time I
folding, I think, to this flop,
Sunday
even
night,
though
long time
Chick
ago,
decides to check back.
we were
But
like, meet a bunch of
sometimes
people
Queen High is going to be
grinding
good.
in
You have
like a-
some potential
basically
for
a party
backdoor
spot, and
equity.
everything
Not
would be able to pay out to
now, of
10K,
course, once the
10K.
6 of diamonds comes off.
We were so happy.
But I think that
It's just like you and Arthur right now.
Yeah.
Very
Well,
similar.
I still feel happy. I don't care at all.
either way, he's not going to lose too much just because
Like 1/20th of a Sunday for you.
his hand is not that strong. He's just going to come with a min bet on the turn.
They still have the Sunday Million? That happens on PokerStars? Oh, no? Yeah, they still have that?
No,
The Sunday Million
Yeah,
is
I
still a
don't know.
thing, Jonathan Little. I know that living in America, you
Yeah.
kind of lose touch with that sort of stuff.
I don't think they'll ever stop having the Sunday Million.
It's $100 now?
Yeah.
Yeah, 100 now.
It's 109 now.
With knockouts.
Oh, God. All right, then.
Rytech has
I mean,
a bit of showdown value with Queen High once the
the day
river
they stop
brings trip 9s on the board.
guaranteeing $1 million, I mean,
It'll define it.
you'd have to change the name. So
Yeah, just call it the million, but it's
Just Sunday million.
just Sunday million.
No, not million.
No guarantee.
Sunday $500,000.
I mean, not only is the Sunday Million still a thing, James, but we
$200
do Sunday
freeze
Million
out.
broadcasts.
Good old days.
Jonathan Little,
Yeah.
you could still watch those even if you live in the States. They're
was
still
so fun.
available to you.
Good point. As a
That was a better
content
first.
creator himself, he should know what everyone else is
109,
doing.
10,000
Absolutely.
people.
The gall.
I mean,
I mean, that's okay.
it brings more people to their website, though, right?
Is it progressive knockout? Or
Bet
Yeah.
165,000.
Chick coming with almost pot size on the river. Rytech seems a little suspicious, and I think that's primarily because Chick did check back the flop. But obviously we can see that Rytech doesn't have much to play with, right? If he makes this call and is wrong, that is going to mean he would be left with 5 bigs.
I don't want to know what just got unzipped.
That's certainly one of the perks of, you know, checking back on the flop. When you have jacks and 9s, you know, you protect your check back range. You allow yourself to control the pot. You allow yourself to make this bet on the river and have your hand be somewhat disguised or confuse your opponent a little bit with the line. I mean, a natural bluff here would potentially be a hand like 8-7 or 8-5 or something where they turned a straight draw and they called and now they're bluffing the river. So it's not that there aren't going to be any natural bluffs for Chick as played. But having the queen is certainly not great in the sense that you block queen 10.
Oh, wow. Sergey Rytech makes the Queen High hero call, pays off Christoph Chick's value bet, and will be left with 5 big blinds. Very much in the danger zone now. Danger zone! And Christoph Chick is up over 2.6 million, closing in on the 70 big blind mark. Although blinds will be going up in 12 minutes. That's how long we have to run on this level until the next break. Here on day 5 of the PCA 2023 main event.
Somebody said widget zone. Yes. Brings us just...
Well, over at the secondary feature table, there is an all-in and a call. And look at this. Matakis all in with King Jack against Michel Datani's aces.
BVB, you could see how these hands have gotten in pre.
King on the flop. A little bit of hope for Ian Matakis, although he looks like a defeated man. Kings and Jacks working for him. Same 5 outs. Needs to hit on the river. He does not hit, and it's man down at the secondary feature table as Ian Matakis bows out in 13th place. And he is going to cash for almost $100,000, 93,800. We are down to 12, 1 away from the widget proving that AI has reached new levels of awesomeness that spells disaster for mankind.
James, I don't know what sorcery this is, but I have to say I'm a little scared, but impressed.
If you get 100,000 chips, you win the seed.
And the irony is, Maria, 10 minutes ago, it seemed improbable that we'd get to 11. Now we're at 12, and there's a guy at the feature table with 5 bigs.
Like goes into the pot, or they
evenly, I think.
I think it's disrespectful to call it a widget now. Like we have to call it, I mean, Nostradamus. I mean, it's just uncanny at this point. Give the widget a name.
It has a name. It's the widget. Well, back at the main feature table, we have gone to the flop. Jacks versus Ace-Queen. Let's recap the action here. Mitchell Halverson opened under the gun. And interestingly, Jamil Wakil just flattered in the big blind with Jacks. Still has the best hand post-flop, and it's gone check-check. Oh.
Yeah, I don't mind the call from the big blind against an under-the-gun opening range off of about 38 bigs or so, especially if you feel like Halverson has been playing a little bit more tight and is not going to be opening too wide under the gun, then certainly that range is going to be quite strong.
I wanted to say that I think 2 outs on this level. I'm not sure. Maybe 3. No, I'm not sure.
Not a great board for Jacks right now, especially since Wakil does not have a club for backup.
By the way, you may have noticed that we're 7-handed on the main stage and 5-handed on the secondary feature table, so a player will be balanced off. And because Mitchell Halverson is due to take the big blind on the next hand, he will move table.
But not without winning some of Wakil's chips
Correct.
first.
3 minutes in the beginning of the day of the last. So, oh yeah, second level.
Kenny Jacobs asks, is this live or just live? I mean, by asking your question whilst failing to provide a proper answer, I hope I've answered your question, Kenny. Thank you for your question.
Yeah, 10, but
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, 10. You would think if they put the spots, they would do it, right?
no 10 players.
So Wakil has checked the river. He called a bet of 110,000 on the turn. Halverson has bet 220,000 on the river.
I would say.
Yeah, exactly. Half pot.
You never know. I hope you're wrong.
I feel like it's hard to find many bluffs as played. And that is a very disciplined fold out of Wakil.
So Mitchell Halverson wins that pot. He is up to 1.84 million. And he will be moved
Hey, how many
to the
people are at the final
secondary
table?
feature table as we keep the tables balanced. 6
How many
and
people
6.
are at the final table? 9, okay. Why are there 10 spots? Why are there 10 spots? Okay. Fine. Fine.
This table with cameras.
They just wanted to buy an extra camera.
Is it possible, Jonathan, that maybe we use the table for things other than the
This
PCA?
is from 2005.
Yeah, probably.
Table.
I final tabled PCA 16 years ago. True story. And we played outside on a balcony, and the cards were all blowing away.
That's right, look to win. With Jonathan Little very much leading the charge on Chat Pro Saturday. Action has been folded to Sergei Reitzak, who's got Jack 10 in the cutoff. A reminder that he has a 5 big blind stack, and those chips are across the line. Reitzak all in.
And it's not that I'm rooting against Reitzak, it's just I'm rooting for the widget.
Different site, so it was my second time.
Ace 10 for Christoph Chick.
Okay. Well, now I feel a little bad.
Main event was 5K.
Chick calls. Anyone in the blinds got anything?
16 years ago.
Wakil has folded the small. Colonius
Do you remember how many players was?
in the big also folds. Showdown, and it is a domination situation. Right check at risk and behind.
I got 320 for fifth, so, but I think it was roughly the same prize pool. But it was more top heavy back then.
We've been following Right Check from our very first feature table on day 2. Here he is on the verge of elimination, midway through day number 5. And he is looking for a jack. He has 3 outs.
Yeah, not good to have the spades covered as well. Okay.
All right.
All right, all right, all right.
Kings, jacks, and 8s working for the Spanish pro. The river card is a deuce, and that will see Sergei Rytchak eliminated in 12th place. He cashes out for 93 grand. $93,800 to be precise, and we are at 11. All hail the widget.
There's a few people in chat, James, that seem very sad that they don't know about the widget yet, because clearly they have not been following the action in previous days. Otherwise, you would know all about the widget.
It's a very simple algorithm that predicts, based on the number of chips in play in the blind level, how many players will remain at the end of each level. The widget predicted that there would be 10.668 players remaining, which we have to round up to 11. Right now we're at 11. And there's 3.5 minutes to go on the level. There's a very good chance we go on break with 11 remaining, proving how amazing the widget is.
Raise 85,000. 3 pass. 5 pass.
So as this level draws to a close, we have Christoph Chick opening in the cutoff with 8-6 of hearts, Artem Martirosyan with ace-9 of spades in the big blind.
It's not the widget, it's the witch it.
So a few people, including Angelo on YouTube, claiming that the widget is fake. They don't believe in it. Now, look, I know I have got previous for trolling the audience, but I think you're a trustworthy individual, Maria. Can you confirm that this thing exists?
I can absolutely confirm that this thing exists, and I've been staring at it all day. I mean, if you guys don't believe James, don't I get a little credit?
Attention dealers, in the yellow tables, 25K, please prepare your deck. We are just about to restart.
Yes. Yeah, you?
Students and players, 25K, new line out, small line, 3,206K.
Everybody wants to see Mr. Hardigan's widget.
I don't show it to all the girls. Come on. So we have reached the turn. Chick, an 86% favorite, betting 70,000. King on the river. So we are going to be going on break inside of a minute, assuming this hand doesn't go the distance. I am advised that one of the best PCA moments of all time, a personal favorite of mine, and I think a personal favorite of Joe's as well, will be showcased during the break. Ryan D'Angelo at the final table of the PCA 2010 main event. Check to showdown, and the last hand of the level will see the pot pushed in Christoph Chick's direction, and he will end the session as table chip leader with close to 3.3 million.
Break time.
So on the other side of the break, blinds will be up to 25,000, 50,000 with a 50K big blind ante.
No.
Biggest stack at the table, 65 bigs. Shortest stack, 31 bigs. We have 6 at the secondary feature table, 5 players on the main stage, continuing our quest to play down to 6 today. The field will merge when we're down to 9. That will necessitate the final redraw of the tournament, and we will keep going until we have 6 players who will return for the final day of this 10K tournament. And these are the stacks right now of the 5 we're watching at the main feature table. Christoph Chick, Jamil Wakil, Artem Artarosian, Jonathan Little, and Alexandros Kolonius. So enjoy some highlights from previous PCAs during the break. We'll see you inside of 20 minutes with more live action from day 5 of the PCA 2023 main event. PCA 2010, probably my favorite festival ever went to whilst traveling the world with stars. Some great tournaments, some great coverage, some great moments. As Ben Zamani opens here with ace-5. Ryan D'Angelo, queen 6 on the button.
Ryan.
575.
Re-raises to 575,000.
Well, if he can't find a cooler, he's going to force one to happen, I guess.
And I know that we don't like to foreshadow too much on these streams, but this is a hand a few of you may have seen before. 8-4-3 on the flop after Zamani flats the 3-bet out of position. Checks with ace high, which is the best hand. D'Angelo checks it back with queen high.
Oh man, a continuation bet maybe would have changed the course of history in this hand.
Zamani with a wheel draw. D'Angelo picks up the flush draw on the turn. It's been checked to him a second time. Delayed continuation bet of 375,000.
Yeah, he's C3 bet, got called.
This is the king of diamonds, which gives Zamani ace high, D'Angelo queen high. Both brick out. And Zamani bets 575K.
I mean, I just assumed they caught a king on the river and fold.
D'Angelo calls with queen high.
What?
Zamani says good hand.
Oh my god, I called you with queen high, dude.
Queen 6.
Oh my god. Oh god, that hurts.
I thought I might have the best hand. I didn't think he'd call with the worst hand.
You're so bad. What are you doing? What are you doing? That's the sickest thing ever. Like, oh my god. You really called pre with that? So bad. You 3-bet queen 6 pre, so I don't think you can point fingers. Yeah, I guess, but that's a sick. What are you doing, Ben? Oh my.
Remains one of my favorite moments in EPT history. And Ryan D'Angelo is now down to 43 bigs, tied at the bottom of the leaderboard with Barry Shulman. Ty Ryman, chip leader with 160 bigs.
That's so sick. Oh my god.
You called queen high.
That is ridiculous. What are you doing? So bad. What did you think you had when you called? Queen high. Oh, word.
You know what I say a lot, James? Every accusation is a confession.
That's so gross.
When he's saying, "What are you doing? You're so bad," he's talking about himself.
What are you doing, Ben?
I guess I should have raised
Meanwhile, Harrison Gimbel has opened with King 8 of clubs, and what are you doing, Ben? Calling in the small blind with 7-5 off.
No Gimbel, no future.
Ace Queen for Ty Ryman.
Lose the game. Oh, he just calls.
Yeah. 10-9-7 on the flop.
I think "What are you doing, Ben?" is the #1 most quoted line of the entire series between me and James. I kind of want to watch it again.
Check.
Wow, Gimbel gets there.
Of course he does.
I think you've probably never seen it, Marley, because it just speaks to how incredible so many moments on the EPT have been. That by the time you were on the scene, this jumped from being like the #3 most famous clip to like #20, because there's just so many incredible moments that have happened in the last 10 years to bump this out of the top spot.
That's why it's great to relive the early years of the tour on these streams.
Harrison takes the pot.
Thank you.
As Gimbel wins that pot.
Thank you.
Next player out gets pocket change. After that, folding money.
King 7 for Ryan D'Angelo. Just fold.
Oh, Ryan.
What are you doing?
What are you doing, Ryan?
275,000 he's raised to. Gimbel with Ace Queen.
All I can think about is if I was at this table, I'd look down at King 7 and go, oh, thank God I don't have to play this hand. Someone could go broke and I might make $1 million.
All in.
Barry Shulman has a Barry-licious hand, pocket jacks, and he's all in.
Wow. How much is it? 34.
Time for Bear to double up.
Alan.
Wish I'd seen you do this before.
He's not going to call. He's just stalling.
Oh. You're gonna show it? It'll be on TV.
Harrison tosses
I had
away.
ace queen.
Barry takes the pot.
You call that?
Discipline fold. That's not something we could say about this final table very often. Discipline fold.
Oh no, Mexican wave alert.
Nice hand, honey. I like that. You're
All in.
All in.
Zamani moves all in with ace-jack of diamonds.
What are you doing, Ben?
And Barry Shulman calls with ace-king.
I love how Barry tables his hand. It's so cool.
Hold him, honey.
Flick him in. Well, Zamani suited at least.
Just the one diamond for Zamani. Shulman, a 4-1 favorite here, and Zamani is the at-risk player. Diamond on the turn. And a diamond on the river.
Ben's gonna make his flush.
Oh, Alan.
What are you doing, Ben?
Doubling up through Barry Shulman. Shulman down to 2.2 million. Bottom of the leaderboard. Zamani sits in fourth. Ty Ryman, Harrison Gimbel currently contesting the chip lead. Ryman with the advantage right now.
As long as he's aware, I'm fine.
So much love for Barry Shulman from the rail as Ryan D'Angelo opens with sevens.
What?
Okay.
Gimbel gonna gamble, re-raising here with 7-5 off. Oh, Shulman with ace queen.
20,000 re-raise from Harrison.
There he goes.
From Barry.
Well, he has to call. He'll call. Ryan will call.
Alan is a poker player herself.
Alan.
Gimbal, I should call any two here.
It's a million more. I call.
Harrison says,
Oh, he has to call with 7-5 offsuit.
Barry has 15 offsuit.
HTC.
Kevin's in the muck.
Hold him one time. One time. Jeez.
Let's be 5-7.
I really don't see how he could lose.
8-6-4.
5, 7, 6, 8, 9 to the dome.
Raise 1.1 and Barry shove 2.
In shape right now.
No matter what.
And if Shulman loses this, it'll be an absolute crime.
Yeah.
Ace high holding on the flop.
Have some more out.
What do I want? I want a 6. 6 is a good card.
5 or 7 to double 3.
3 will work well.
Turn is a 10 of
All right,
spades.
so now down to 4 outs.
Situation, Barry's leading ace queen.
7. 1 out, 7, please.
I got my cabbage patch arm ready.
The cabbage patch arm is loaded. Go Cabbage Patch.
The double up dance.
Shulman now playing a stack of 5 million. And now down to 4.5 million. Wow, things change quickly at this final table.
Are you feeling lonely down there?
Yeah, I'm all by myself, man.
Shulman flats with 5. Zamani in with Jack 8. Ryan D'Angelo calls out of the small blind with 6-4 off. Gimbal in the big with ace-10 of diamonds, checks his option.
Wow.
4/5 of the players going to the flop, which is ace-10-7.
Who likes Jack 8? Anybody like Jack 8? What do you think of the call for the small blind with 6-4 off, Marley?
Standard.
Is it?
Call.
Zamani pairs his 8 on the turn.
Every time. Straight draw, pick a pair. There's the raise.
Looks defeated and calls.
What are you doing, Ben?
What's
Oh,
That's
no.
bad.
Rivers a no good 2-pair.
That's bad.
Check.
GG, BZ.
Okay. What is it? Finesse or worse river guard.
Did you go for the old value bluff?
I might still pay you off.
Gimbal
That'd be
hates.
awesome.
I don't even know if that.
Gimbal calls and Zamani gives him the old, "What are you doing, Harrison?"
Understandably, Gimbal not happy about the straight combos out there, but crucially, 2-pair beats 2-pair. Gimbal increases his stack. And on to the next hand. Zamani doesn't want to show us what he has. Naughty boy. Raises to 340,000. That's ace-king for Ty Ryman. And he re-raises to 995,000. Jacks for Ryan D'Angelo.
All in.
He is all in for 6.75 million. Zamani's out. Ty Ryman has to call.
I call.
Call.
And we've got a huge flip here. And a flip that Team D'Angelo needs to win.
Peters.
Like organic vegetables versus
Jack of diamonds this time.
mindfulness. Did that for you, Ryan. One of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage.
4 clubs, 9 of hearts. Nine hearts. Ryan still leading.
Any jack.
Dodge an ace and king in order to double through.
Don't call for outs when you're ahead.
Turn is the 5 of hearts.
Queen of diamonds.
It's the king. Thinks he's won. Yay! Yay! No.
What happened?
Oh, God.
Ryan's sister confused the King River. Sees him eliminated in 5th place, cashing for $700,000.
Game, Ben. Please.
Nice hit, Ty.
Good game, Ben, by the way. What are you doing?
Yeah, it was a week. Yeah, we have.
I'd like to introduce you to 4 freshly minted millionaires.
Congratulations, sir.
Bahamas and the PokerStars Caribbean Adventure 2023. Day 5 of the main event continues, the penultimate day of this 10K tournament, playing down from the final 2 tables to the final table, the final 6 in fact. Right now 11 players remain. These are all the players, starting with the bottom 5. Right now Taylor Poor is the shortest stack with 26 big blinds. Start of day chip leader Michel Detani has dropped down to 7th place. It's Alex Raymond who leads right now with an 80 big blind stack as we go to the 25,000, 50,000 blind level with a 50K big blind ante. Another 90 minutes of poker about to be played. So this is the lineup at the main feature table. These are the characters we're watching on the main stage. Jamil Wakil and Christoph Chick, the biggest stacks here. And the players are returning from break, about to take their seats, and we'll get cards in the air once again. It's James Hartigan alongside Scott Baumstein. How you doing, Scott?
Doing great, James. Great to be here. Thanks for having me. It looks like a lot of familiar faces, some great players left in this final 11. And a lot of these guys, it looks like they've gone wire to wire. They've been the big stacks the past few days in this tournament, and they've been able to hold on to it. Be interesting to see how they navigate until we lose the next 5 players and make it to our final table.
So Sergei Reichak is a player who we literally followed from the start of day 2. He was the last player to go out. He busted in 12th place. But one of the key stories, I think, is Jonathan Little, who told the rest of the table that 16 years ago, he was at the final table of this tournament, the same year that Ike Haxton finished 2nd to Ryan Doubt. 2007, the last time the final table of the PCA was played outdoors. Jonathan Little, I believe, was the 5th place finisher that year. So Jay Little looking to make his 2nd PCA final table. And of course, Artem Martirosyan is an EPT champion looking to add an EPT title to his resume.
And who can forget that final table? That's when Ike Hollywood Haxton was born, his hair blowing in the wind.
It all works out.
One of the greatest bluffs of all time, with 2-3, shoving it in his face.
Sure.
It was just
Unfortunately, we're going to be inside this year, James.
Yeah, I mean, we've discussed during the last session, the reason why we no longer play outdoors is it wasn't just Ike Haxton's hair that was blowing in the wind, the cards were blowing away as well.
He's not folding anything.
It's like 10-6 of clubs, like, no, way worse. Way worse? The one hand that makes 0 sense to do it with.
You just decided he's weak, huh?
Dude, I don't know what I was thinking, honestly. I just blanked out.
He has no respect for you at all.
Yeah, I know. It wasn't.
Just took a random hand and just decided to go for it.
Yeah,
like, I can make you fold trips.
Go for it when I could have the best hand.
It's fun to bluff, though. It's good. Good for your image. You'll get invited to home games and stuff now.
Oh, yeah. That's what I was going for, you know? Long term. Thinking long term.
Yeah, you gotta get in there a little bit.
Gonna get a call from Kevin Hart, be like, yo, we got this game in Vegas, bro. Come on out.
Is it 25-50? Big blinds. More than a starting stack. I remember early in the tournament, I was really happy to have 50K. And now I just chunk it in there, no problem.
These chip stacks are going to be a little bit more bunched together than they were yesterday. The shortest stack with Colonius at 31 big blinds, all the way to Chris Schick with 65 big blinds. They're going to be a lot more bunched together than they were yesterday.
What's the next stack, like 1.5?
Meaning the big stacks can't leverage them quite as much as earlier parts of the tournament. They were over 100 big blinds deep yesterday, but now we're getting shallower as we approach this final table.
I didn't even look. Don't care.
I mean,
we're at 25,000, 50,000 with a 50,000 big blind ante.
We're getting
And one thing I think we should definitely highlight is that
I don't know.
now we are down to 11.
Maybe you'll punt a little bit less now.
Oh, we're guaranteed that.
Yeah.
That's cool. We're in 6 digits.
That's a real score.
Yeah, Jonathan Little's noticed it as well. We are in 6-figure score territory now. Next player out, 112,600.
Oh, sorry. I didn't see the tower.
This is when it pays to start running well.
Oh, we have an open-ended straight draw versus a gut shot. By the way, Furniture has just asked on Twitch if there is a list of all PokerStars tourneys that will be live streamed this year, so he can put them in his calendar. If you go to PokerStars Live, the full EPT schedule for 2023 is there. All 5 stops announced, and you can safely assume that we'll be streaming all of them. At the very least, we'll stream the last 5 days of the series. You might get extra events like local tour final tables, super high roller final tables, but at the very least, assume the last 5 days of every EPT will be covered.
Artur just decided to check call the flop there with his double gutter with ace high. Hits his ace on the turn. I think we're going to see a value bet here on the river.
Yeah, worth highlighting that the next stop, the first EPT of 2023, is Paris, and it's not that long after we've wrapped here in the Bahamas. We do not have much time to rest and reset before our next stream. Last time you had a hero call, Jonathan Little, you were wrong.
Yeah, I saw that he called with that king high. Artur goes full pot here on the river with his top pair.
It's too early to say.
Finds a fold this time.
We told each other about our
must have
hands
heard how light Jonathan likes to call.
We're friendly.
This guy doesn't understand the game.
Never
So we are going to head over to the secondary feature table. We're trying to stay across both tables today and showcase as many of the final 11 as we can. Make sure we cover all the big action, the primary pots. And there is a hand in progress over at the other table, where they are 6-handed. It's kings for Neves, ace-king for Halverson, and this has gone to the river.
On thin.
We had a very small bet by Halverson, about 1/7 pot, and he doesn't get called by the kings.
So Halverson adding 425,000 to his stack.
Yeah, that kind of mixes things up. Yeah. Who knows? Maybe you got the max.
Considering shoving pretty.
That's why you get the max.
You got the max?
If you shove.
Oh, yes. That's not good.
That made the most sense for a second, and then I was like, I'm just let's play a weird small 3-bet pot.
If you shove, you have 3.5 million now.
Yeah. But you probably weren't flipping.
Or maybe a bad beat.
Yeah, not flipping, I guess.
Glad I didn't have like ace queen.
What?
Glad I didn't have ace queen. Something.
Well, you
Guess I got lucky down too. Weird.
So it looks like we're going to stay at this table. Sheltatani back up over 2 million, has pocket jacks, and will open from the cutoff.
How much do you have?
2.3.
Taylor Poor on the button asks the question, how much do you have? He's got the Grafton, 10-9 suited.
And he's got that look in his eyes like he's going to come in and play this one. We can call or raise here. Looks like he's going for the old 3-bet. 9-10 suited, hand plays well, he's in position.
How much did you start with?
1-3.
1-3?
Yeah.
But Taylor only started with 26 big blinds here. Certainly an amount that Tatani could potentially just shove it all in here. He sort of has 3 options. He could go for a very small 4-bet here. He could jam all in, or he can just call and take a flop. But I expect him to probably just go with it here and just go all in.
Yeah, shoves on Taylor Poor, who folds the 10-9. Tatani's shove gets through.
big part of most 3-bet ranges contains an ace, so even against his bluffs, a lot of the time they're going to have at least an overcard. This particular time he didn't, but Jacks is just so strong for that stack size. Probably just going to shut it down and take it right there.
Attention viewers, in event number 37, you have 3 players at your table. Please discard your paper.
But got to give Tapar credit. Not a lot of people have a lot of 3-bet bluffs in their range, starting on a 26 big blind stack. But he's definitely showing some different looks out there.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
So we've come back to the main feature table.
How much you have now, about 2?
I don't know, man.
How
2
much
and
do you
change.
have? I don't know, man.
Okay.
Starting with just under 50 big blinds. They're plenty deep here.
Don't take them all, okay? Just a little.
We're never going to fold. Queen 7 to a min raise from the button out of the big blind.
Did you get interviewed? Did you get interviewed?
Did I get interviewed? I did.
Yeah. Where do they post that? Is it on like PokerStars Live or something?
They probably just like put it in the show if I did. Like
Correct, Jonathan Little.
Or like there's nothing going on, they might put in a 1-minute interview or something.
That's right, Chris. Yours already aired.
Yeah, some of those interviews, you're right, Scott, will feature on the live stream, but for the most part, we're saving them for the TV shows. There will be TV highlights of PCA 2023 and the PSPC.
Like a,
Yeah.
final table only or something. I don't know.
Right. Well, somebody said that they saw my interview already, so.
So it must have been on the show.
Yeah.
That's right. Chris has been meditating, going to the beach every morning.
He's vibrating at the right frequency.
That's right.
Just realised it's too early to predict when and where those TV shows will air, but at some point. Did you see the PSPC shows when they went out in the States?
Yeah, eventually I did. I caught up. They aired a little later for us, but I was eventually able to catch them. I think they're still running sporadically. So we have an under the gun open from Arda with King 10 offsuit, right around the bottom of the hands of that he's going to be opening with. And then Jonathan calls from the cutoff with 10-10, which is about his strongest hand that he's just going to be calling with. It's going to be a mixture of trapping and not wanting to get 4-bet if he decided to 3-bet it. This stage in the tournament, pot control can be very important because you don't want to lose a big pot and jeopardize your chances of making that final table when all that money is at stake. So we're going to see a lot more cautious lines. But as the pre-flop raiser here, the board comes ace-high. Would have expected Arda to c-bet here. Does have some backdoor draws. Both options are open to John. Can bet for protection. Can't imagine Artur is going to call here. He's going to thinking about folding or potentially raising. Can't really beat any hands that John's just calling with pre, but he does call. John's pre-flop calling range here contains a lot of aces and a lot of pocket pairs, both of which Artur is behind. Maybe he has other plans for this hand. He does turn a gut shot straight draw to the nuts. John can't be feeling very comfortable in this spot. When he's bet here and gets called, he's going to think his opponent has an ace here often, or potentially a pocket pair bigger than his tens. Sometimes he's going to have a 9. Wow, and Artur backs into the straight, and Jonathan is blocking that straight, not and flush, mind you. Could certainly turn this hand into a bluff if it's checked to him. He's not going to believe 2 tens are good here. John's facing about a 2/3 pot bet here. He does not think his hand is good here very often, but this is certainly a good hand that he could potentially be turning into a bluff raise. He's blocking king 10, and he's blocking the flush.
Weak.
Yeah, he's not going to go for it.
Artur Martirosyan playing a 60 big blind stack, with the average stack being 2.4 million, just shy of 50 big blinds right now.
Brutal.
A lot of people asking about what the widget projects for the end of this level. The widget thinks we will be at a single table. The widget projects 8.89 players, which obviously we have to round up to 9.
Only some. I've already bluffed too much, though. It's a problem.
Again, I would remind you that when
Too many river bluffs
we
already.
do get to 9 players, it will necessitate a redraw, the final redraw of the tournament, with all remaining players taking their seats on the main stage.
Never bluffed so much at a final table in my life.
John
I just keep having good blockers. What do you
about
want me
the
to do?
possibility of
I had it
bluffing
there
that
too. I
last
probably
hand.
should have done it.
And talking about his blockers, and it was a good hand to do it with. He said he's bluffed too
So
much
you gave me
already
that
today.
whole spiel about the guy not caring about the pay jump, so I can be trying to bluff him. So, you know, you gotta heed your own advice as you did. You know?
That's exactly what I did.
Yeah, I read something somewhere where it was like, it was.
See, we had a very cautious pre-flop play there here.
Duncan Russell? He's
Ace
not like
Jack
a
just
Joe
completing
Rogan
from the small blind, and King 10 checking back.
Whatever.
Both flop a piece
He
of this
said,
this
I
board.
stopped giving people advice. I mean, advice that I was
Would
gonna
imagine
give
one of
I
them is going to put in a
decided
bet
take
here on the
myself.
flop.
Just thought it was a good line. That tracks.
Colonius bets one big blind with his top pair, top kicker. I think Artur has a clear just call here. Both of these guys are going to be happy with that 5 diamonds on the turn. I think we're going to go bet and call again.
105.
So the bet on the flop was 50,000 on the turn. Alex Colonius makes it 125,000.
Turn goes half pot. I think we can size up a little bit on the turn here. But King 10 way too strong to fold and not weak enough to bluff with. He's just going to call again. And the 9 on the river brings a 4-liner to a straight, which is probably going to slow them both down.
Yeah.
I can't imagine Colonius is going to bet here. I think he's pretty much going to check here. And Archer has an option to turn this into a bluff, but I think this just goes check, check.
Greg B asks, no shot clock? Yes, shot clock. 30 seconds per decision. Time bank cards in play if they need them.
They both have enough showdown value here that I think they're going to be happy enough. I think King 10 here wins often enough not to turn this into a bluff, but it's certainly a possibility.
Colonius playing 35 bigs is the shortest stack at this table. There are a couple of players on the other table in the kind of 25 big blind range, but no shorties right now. 11 remain. More than an hour on the clock for this blind level.
I mean, no shorties and no, weaker players either.
Correct.
Everybody in this tournament who's left right now is very good. And usually, you get a couple of people that aren't necessarily on that level when you're this deep in a tournament, but that's not the case in this one.
We're also at the last point where there will not be a ladder with every single elimination. So 11th and 10th get paid the same, 112,600. After that, every single bust out brings a money jump. And I imagine that is going to slow the action even more, Scott. ICM is real. These guys know that. They're experienced enough to take that into consideration with every single move.
Right, and that's going to affect things slightly here on this exact pay jump. It means you can be a little bit more liberal on the, when there's 11 players left, because it wouldn't make a difference if you bust out in the 11th and 10th, but not making too significant of a difference here.
Yeah. King 10-3, so Jonathan Little's little pair still good.
Pocket fours, even though it's going to be good here a fair amount of the time, it's going to be hard for him to continue and navigate if Colonius decides to bet here. Doesn't have a diamond in his hand. I think it's going to be hard for John to call a bet here.
By the way, I want you guys to know that we've seen your comments. We're aware that many of you are not having the best viewing experience right now and are reporting problems with the stream. Suffice to say, we are investigating and obviously looking for what might be causing that. We'll hope to rectify it as soon as possible.
No shame in folding.
I'll fold if it's bad.
How bad?
Pretty bad. I folded my button like 7 times today so far.
Yeah. You just stick to those river bluffs. And
Yeah, I just get all my river bluffs.
Yeah. Take
They'll
those
be
high
okay.
variance lines rather than like the low variance ones. Yeah.
Exactly. You got to figure it out. Want to feel alive.
Yeah.
I would not have folded that one.
I don't think he has it. This feels like a pressure spot against a. We haven't seen his cards
It
yet.
doesn't do it for me to raise the button when nothing.
Feels like a
anymore.
good
Gotta raise
pressure
the river.
spot. He's on the button versus one of the middling stacks that's going to feel the most pressure on his 3-bet here. He chooses a playable-ish enough Jack-7 suited. Sometimes when we 3-bet, we sort of choose our best hands that we can't sort of call with. And yeah, Jack-7 suited sort of fits that mold. He's certainly not strong enough to call, but has decent playability.
Number 8.
John's got a nice little button hand here, Queen 10 suited. Sort of on the edge, but I think to a min raise, we can defend Queen 3 off here because we're getting such a great price to see a flop with all that money out there. But he does pass. Definitely on that. Definitely on the
nice
border.
hand. Nice hand, guys. Relax. Don't make me sweat it out every time, okay? It gets me nervous.
Oh, you like to feel alive.
I do. It's like he's going to 3-bet, and I'm going to get the call and see the flop.
Oh, yeah. Get that 8-9 with 1 spade.
Everything was in play. 3-bet, call, fold.
Yeah, give me that 9-8-3, 1 spade. I'm,
Right.
Man, we're going.
Oh, for the glory, baby.
King 8-3, no spade. Still get to try.
Raise.
Discipline fold by John with the ace-9-0 in the cutoff. Definitely a hand he could have 3-bet with. Sometimes I go crazy with that hand. But those hands that can make royal flushes. Good hands. We always want to put money in with those. I think we're going to see a flop here. The ace-king flop smashes the under the gun raising range.
165.
So it's basically a mandatory bet here, and if he's called, he gets to sort of bet a couple of times here, often.
You and Justin seems to play very differently.
Who's Justin?
Saliba? Okay. I'm confused.
Why?
Because they're both poker.com, right?
Yeah, he's the boss.
Heading over to the secondary feature table, which would denote significant action.
We have an all-in.
Yeah.
Pre-flop all-in from the small blind. It looks like it was opened. 3-bet, 4-bet. I think it's a 5-bet jam.
It is Mitchell Halverson who's moved all in here. And looks like the decision is on chip leader Alex Raymond. Wow. Wow.
And he's run into it, and we don't know what the other card is, but if he's tanking, it's probably an ace or a king.
Yeah, so apologies. The action is actually on Neves, who was the original raiser. Raymond, the 3-better, folds. Halverson at risk and behind has run queens into kings.
And when you get down to these final two tables and everyone's playing tight, that's how you get a lot of these eliminations, just waiting for some of these coolers.
But it's good to see no one is trying to block this.
Oh, for the all-ins?
Yeah, they just have value all the time.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's like suited. The guy here. But
yeah. He was good.
Yeah. But yeah, you're right.
Halverson needs to get lucky. There's no real hope other than a queen. 2 outs. One last chance to hit. Queen on the river required, or Mitchell Halverson exits in 11th place. It's over.
GG.
Mitchell Halverson's PCA main event run ends here. $112,600 for his 11th place finish, taking us down to the final 10, 2 tables of 5, 1 away from being at 1 table, 1 away from the redraw.
But so you're always like, fuck it. Queens against ace. It always feels like you're...
A 6-figure cash sweetens the pain, Scott.
Sure does. Now we do have a pay jump at every elimination.
That's why I'm confused.
Sometimes when we're 5 and 5, play now slows down a little bit even more. Because if there's a bust out on another table, you ladder up without doing anything. Sometimes these guys are going to take a little bit of extra time, hoping to see fewer hands at their table than the opposite table.
10 cent, 25 cent online.
Wow.
And he's done everything I told him to do.
Wow.
And now he's good at poker.
I love that story. It's awesome. That's great. How's your Instagram page?
Good.
Good trade-off?
Good enough.
Good trade-off?
Happy with the setup.
Yeah.
Blockers to your bad hands.
Oh, we lost one player. Send the
nice. No payout jump, so it doesn't really matter. No. Not exciting. Some people like to re-enter a lot. I don't really like to re-enter, but Justin doesn't mind. So we play differently.
Hasn't he won like 1.5 in the last year or so?
Like the last month.
Yeah, right. Yeah, he's got to
been
like
a bit on fire.
Close to $1 million like this year, right? Just in 2023.
He's just winning everything.
Yeah.
I know he.
Good for him.
He chopped to 25K in Florida. Then he final tabled the one at the Win.
Then he won a poker
and then he did something at Borgata recently. Well, I don't know.
Yeah, 3rd place for like 300K.
Yeah.
And then the Poker Go.
Poker Go thing.
Yeah.
He win that or take 7?
I'm not sure.
No,
I remember reading about the hand with Seidel, where Seidel had like queens and he had queen jack, like backdoor into.
That's how we do it.
Backdoor into. That's how you do it.
We get it almost dead.
Listen, this is how
I'd spike on that guy with the 7s.
Lesson number 1.
Lesson number 1. When you get it in, win.
There you go. All right, I gotta.
Now, especially given we've had a dynamic last orbit,
Harder spot to bluff.
3-bet with the Jack-7 suited against the cutoff open, and now he has the real hand with 2 9s. And I think he has no intention of folding if Colonius
we have this advanced
draws his sword in the sand here.
It's really good.
Okay.
He's not going to be thrilled to get it in with 2 9s here, but
Jonathan Jaffe has
I don't think there's any way he's going to fold it.
Did he really?
5-handed cutoff versus button. It's very strong.
Yeah. The team is running hot.
Colonius is a good hand with king-queen offsuit. It's decent enough to call with, and it's a good hand to 4-bet bluff with as well.
Check it out. What do you guys charge? A couple grand? Or?
No, it's $100 a month and you get access to everything.
Surprising he's passing on that. If he's passing on that, he's passing on a lot of hands.
Put in a lot of hours.
King-queen certainly has
if people don't
enough
like it,
playability to move forward in some respect.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
It's a good deal.
Yeah.
Literally free. You don't like
Sounds
it.
a great deal.
And especially since Colonius is the shortest stack here.
No one cancels though because they like it.
I was gonna say, for you to offer that refund, you must be doing pretty well with not having to reimburse.
See, he's thinking about his options here. This is very borderline ace-6 suited. It's effectively your worst suited ace, just about.
Oh no.
Yeah, we lost him.
I was just saying, someone dropped from the other table. I just saw
I didn't know there was that up there just now. I'm like, what do you keep looking at?
I just saw, I don't know who.
Colonius seems to be playing very tight, hoping to make that final 9. Colonius folded the ace-6 suited, but Martirosian opening the 10-6 suited. And just like we saw the 3-bet before with Jack-7 suited, by the same concept, Jonathan Little takes his Queen-8 suited, like we said before, the best hands that you're not willing to flat with, and has some playability, and decides to 3-bet. But Ace-King offsuit, waking up behind him. I think we're going to see a 4th bet here. He's thinking about how big to go. He's probably thinking, can I just ship it here? Should I make it 750, 700? He is out of position, and his combination is offsuit, which makes it more inclined to potentially just go for a big rip here. It's certainly a possibility. Yep, and that's what he decides to do. We just get to ship our ace-king offsuit out of position a lot for sort of a lot of big blinds, and
you're gonna blast me.
I think this might be the right play here.
Just to reiterate what I said a short while ago, guys, we are aware that some viewers are experiencing problems with the stream, with drop frames, lagging. We are working on it, we are investigating, and we're sorry if this is impacting on your current viewing experience. We will try and rectify the problems as soon as we possibly can.
Do we get more time banks at 9 people? Yeah.
You give a speech about we're down to 10, final table bubble, guys. I'm all in now.
I hadn't looked at my cards and all.
Punished.
You can check the stream.
Smash me good. Good work.
Blinds 25-50 for another hour as Martirosian opens under the gun. And we've got a hand where we're going to sweat with Jonathan Little, Scott. We're going to see Little's whole cards here.
Well, we have ace-queen suited, 5-handed. Pretty usually going to be a 3-bet spot. Colonius now wakes up with it in the big blind. He only has 29 big blinds. It's a little bit of an awkward spot, but I think he's just going to put it in here. Folding it is too weak. He's the shortest stack left, I think, in the tournament in both tables. He's not really deep enough to put in a 3-bet. I think he might just go all in. Yeah.
Again?
And then Jonathan Little's going to have a decision here. Certainly not easy either way. If he had one hand weaker, ace-jack would be an easy fold. If he had one hand stronger, ace-king, it would be an easy call. But he has the hand where he's not going to be really certain what to do here. Not going to like this spot at all. Doesn't want to flip for most of his stack on the final table bubble. I mean, he doesn't have much more than Colonius. He certainly doesn't want to run into ace-king. I think he's going to fold. No, he calls. And I think he's going to be relatively happy to see 2 10s here.
So we've got a classic race underway at the feature table. Jonathan Little describes it as a fair fight. It's a flip that Colonius needs to win to survive, and if he does win the flip, Jonathan Little will be left with 13 bigs. Suffice to say, if he loses the flip, we're down to 9.
So John's going to need an ace of queen. He has a lot of backdoor draws.
So aces, queens working for Jonathan Little. Those are the cards that Alex Colonius has to fade to survive. 6 cards can eliminate him, but that's not one of them. Colonius doubles up. And he is now playing a stack of 3.18 million. He's got more than 60 bigs. Jonathan Little, 13 bigs. He's in the danger zone.
Danger zone.
You screwed yourself and me. You have all the chips right now.
John, really tough spot for him. He had ace-queen suited 5-handed. We're usually going to come in for a 3-bet there, and he has like the weakest hand that he sort of has to put in the chips there with. If he has his ace-queen offsuit, I think he gets away with it. Gets away from it. Ace-queen suited in that spot for that amount. Once he was sort of invested in the pot, difficult spot to get away from. But that was a huge, huge flip, and it vaults Colonius right into the mix. Dead heat with the other 3 guys. So all 4 of these guys have 62 to 66 big blind, except for Jonathan Little now, who has 13 big blinds, and he's the only one in that danger zone.
I was rooting for you, man. I thought you had it.
I've been pretty lucky to all in so far. Lucky to have 700K.
The variance came around, huh? Variance came around. The unfortunate.
I lost a big one with ace king to ace 9 earlier in the tournament, actually.
Ooh. Oh, I remember that hand.
It wasn't that big. It was medium.
Zaki against Zaki.
Yeah.
Very
That was
flop
like,
chip 9s.
It was a decent chunk of my stack.
That was like 280K pot, right? At
I think it was like 15 big blinds or something.
A piece, right?
Yeah. And I only had like 30.
He
We have king queen suited open the button. Colonius in the small blind with pocket 3s. I think we can call or even fold here.
I won with ace 9 against.
Pretty dicey to put in the 3-bet.
Ace 9 against Drax, I won that. So
And like I said, we're going to see a 3-bet here to 400,000.
Yeah. For sure. I think I'm 4 for 6 on flips, so doing pretty good.
But I can't imagine
Nice one. The other person's
Joaquil
always
is going to
flying
go
wrist.
anywhere with king queen suited in position. They're deep enough.
I got to win the next one.
You do.
Or I got to go play
and
the
take a
other
flop
tournament.
here.
What is that? I heard a 5K.
There's a
right?
10K at 4 o'clock. I don't even know what time it is.
10K at 4?
10K at 4 o'clock.
Starting
When's the
the
last
hand
day of the
over
25K?
60 big blinds effective.
Yeah,
Long time
I
from
haven't
now.
looked at the schedule since I've been in this, obviously.
This is going to be a big pot.
And 3s are still good post-flop. Joaquil with 2 overs in the backdoor spade draw. No Lord Nav on YouTube. This is not the final day. They're playing down to 6 today. Tomorrow is the final day. Those 6 players coming back to compete for the trophy and the $1.5 million first prize.
Those small pocket pairs are tough to navigate when you don't hit your set out of position. But he is going to bet here and just hope his opponent missed. But he does bet small. Joaquil with his 2 overcards, backdoor flush draws, backdoor straight draws for this small sizing. We can probably take one off here. And he does.
And there is a king on the turn, giving Joaquil top pair, becoming a 95% favorite.
Now, Colonius thought he might have had a best hand on the flop, but once he gets called there, he thinks he's going to be beat a lot of the time, and he can use this king as a bluff card. It's going to hit that 3-betting range a little better than it is going to be the button opening range. So now he can bet here as a bluff. It's not going to work, though, because Wakil hit that king. When he's betting here, he no longer thinks he has the best hand, but he is still going for a small sizing. Obviously, he's not going to get his opponent to fold the king, but he wouldn't have gotten his opponent to fold 10 here either for that size. And his opponent doesn't have a lot of 4s and 7s, given the big 3-bet sizing pre-flop. He can have a few 7s, but not many 4s at all.
River card is a jack. Wakil is good. How did this pot get to 2 million?
That's what happens when you do the big 3-bet sizing with a small pocket pair out of position. You bet as a combination value bluff on the flop, took a small bluff sizing on the turn, and now he backed himself into a difficult decision on the river. Not sure what he's going to do, but Wakil has a great hand to call with. It's blocking straights, blocking the big top pairs, the king's up hands. Can't imagine he's going to fold this for any reasonable sizing here. And Colonius just gives up. Knows he's on that final table bubble, doesn't want to fire again. Wakil could certainly go for some value here with his top pair.
Yeah, and that bubble you referred to, Scott, isn't just about missing out on a spot in the final 9. Look at the difference in prize money. Next player out, 112 grand, and then you're looking at 140 grand for 9th place.
By far the biggest pay jumps we've seen up to this point in the tournament. I think it's really unlikely you're going to get check raised here with your exact combination of hands. You're blocking the hands you're scared of, like top set of kings, ace queen, king jack, king 10. And given his opponent's bet sizing, he could have a lot of weaker hands that he was playing pot control with. Some ace 10s, some ace jacks. Beating queens.
White chips are 100K, green chips are 25K.
I wouldn't be going too big here. I'd be targeting a hand like ace 10, ace jack to get called by. He's also thinking if he bets 700,000 and he gets jammed on, what is he going to do? But
yeah,
I don't think that's going to happen very often. I think if he has a value hand, he gets to the river with a pot-sized bet left, he's probably going to face a bet himself. It's not going to check over to him if he did back into something really big. I'd like to see a bet 600,000-700,000 here. But he might end up just checking it back because he doesn't want to take a risk here. We are going for some value. I like that. Looks like 950 or something like that.
Burnt a couple of time bank cards while he was considering his options. Jamil has made it 1.25 million. Well, there's no coming back from this.
Right. He bet 1.25. Very big bet into that pot. I'm not sure even if Colonius showed up with a hand like ace 10, ace jack, he's not really beating. It's a big bet. It's a big bet. I'm not sure what weaker hands are really going to call a bet of that size.
So Wakil chips up to 4.4 million. Colonius drops down to 2.2 million. Jonathan Little is the short stack, 570K, 11 big blinds. And we mentioned the fact that our next live stream will be from EPT Paris in February. All 5 stops for 2023 have been confirmed. Paris, Monte Carlo, Barcelona, Cyprus and Prague. So 3 old favorites, 2 new stops. All the details at PokerStarsLive.com. To confirm, we are planning to take the live stream crew to every single event. Expect at least the last 5 days of every EPT to be covered on Twitch and YouTube. As we enter the second half of level 26 of the PCA 2023 main event. We're on day 5, playing down to the final 6. And I should have highlighted earlier on that now we are down to 2 tables, and when one player goes out, we'll be down to a single table. The live updates on Poker News are observing the 30-minute stream delay.
I guess I didn't have to
So if you want to check out the chip counts of all the players, if you want to get updates from them, you don't need to fear spoilers.
That's great that that adjustment was finally made. I remember seeing a lot of spoilers in the past. I'm glad that they closed that.
What's up?
They're not playing a pot over there.
Wow. So Colonius opens the King 10 offsuit, and John just snap jams the Queen 10 offsuit. A little surprising. I think it's a hand we can pretty easily defend and see a flop with has decent playability. But it might get Colonius to fold this exact dominating hand. If you're Colonius, you're not expecting John to be jamming many weaker hands than his King 10. Maybe a couple. Maybe some Queen Jacks and King 9s.
Close one?
Juice? Juice, show the juice. Come on, juice. Please be
No.
juice. Oh. That was quite serendipitous. All right. That was good.
No juice, no king. Yeah. Nothing. No. I did not want to call. How about that? Yeah, you gotta win some hands around here to get some chips.
I really hope it folds to you and you get the rip on me.
All right.
That's my favorite part of poker: the slow peel, last one to act. I set it all up.
Suited wheel ace, 5-handed. We can open that from any position. Colonius, I'd like to see it just call here with his 2-8s.
To see where the ball lands. It's fun.
Because we're a little too deep to want to get in our hand if
you
we
don't really
3-bet
know where it's going to land.
and face more action.
Eventually. You look like a roulette player.
Do I? Got that look? Interesting. What does a roulette player look like?
6 best.
This?
$2 million.
Colonius just flatting in position with the pair of 8s. Heads up to the flop. Queen 10-5. 8 still ahead.
By just flatting, you keep in a lot of hands you can actually dominate, like his weak aces, in position. It's not going to be a good board for those 2-8s. Not a good board for either of them. But if Wakil c-bets, 8s is going to be hard to continue on this board. Even though it's some of the time, a fair amount of the time, might be the best hand now, it won't be able to stand multiple streets of pressure. So sometimes you have to think a street or two ahead. That even though you could have the best hand now, can you call down with this hand? And basically, unless the turn card is an 8, he's hard-pressed to continue calling, but he does call. Was a small bet. Might work out for Colonius because Wakil didn't pick up any equity on that turn. If he picked up maybe a wheel draw or a club, he would have continued to bluff at it. He really has a nothing burger here. So it's gonna
nothing burger.
It's going to be tough for him to keep bluffing on this one. because the Queen 10, the Broadway cards, hit his opponent's pre-flop flatting range pretty well. A lot of the Broadway cards he could have been calling with pre-flop. He's betting small for protection. I like his bet sizing here. If he's beat, no reason to bet more than that. Most of the hands which beat him would have called anyway. They would have called a bigger bet.
Chip counts, rather prize money. And this is all the remaining prize money now with 10 players remaining. And as we referenced a short while ago, there are now jumps with every single KO.
Raise 110,000.
All in?
Flat all in. 10 pass.
Jonathan Little looking for an opportunity, finds one, shoves the button with Queen Jack, and looks like this shove is going to get through.
Thank you.
Yep, that's a pretty, I think, a much more reasonable shove than the Queen 10 earlier.
I always find the dramatic jump from 10 to 9 so interesting, Scott, because we go from a
That was probably a big error.
situation where we're playing 2 tables of 5, so everyone's playing short-handed and the pressure's on, to suddenly you're playing 9-handed. And this tournament hasn't played 9-handed even from the start.
Right, like the old final tables used to combine at 10, and there's been an adjustment made. It's better this way. It's more balanced because we go 5 and 5 as opposed to
Exactly.
6 and 5 and then combining at 10.
But it's a big adjustment to suddenly go from playing short-handed to then being at full ring. I mean, I guess it's better for the shorter stacks. They've got somewhere to hide.
10 pass.
So just to clarify, guys, when we get to 9, we're not stopping for the day. There will be a redraw, but we play to 6 today. And those 6 players will come back tomorrow. Worth highlighting, the widget does have us getting to 9 in this level. The widget predicts 8.89 players at the conclusion of level 26.
Yep, I'd imagine we'll lose at least one in the next 35 minutes.
We can't lose more than one, otherwise the widget will be wrong.
Well, it's 8.89. It wouldn't be that wrong if if we get down to 8.
True.
Sorry? 550. Raise 550,000.
Okay. Pretty good hand to choose to do this with. We've got the raise from small to big with King 2 offsuit, and the re-raise out of the big blind from Clonius with Ace 4 offsuit. It's a good hand to raise fold with.
Interesting question from High Noon Bang, who asks, do they use a new deck of cards for every hand? Raksha, right to say that no, that would be too expensive. But they are changed more frequently than you might think. It's Raven says every 20 hours of play. No, much more frequency
every
than
30 minutes
that.
or so. I think they're changed.
I think it's every at least midway through each level. So I think every 30 to 45 minutes the deck is changed. Yes. And that's, by the way, a routine. If, for whatever reason, someone spots that a card is marked or one of the RFID cards is broken and stopped working, then we'll change the deck for that purpose. But even if everything is working fine as routine, they are changed.
Raise 110,000. 3 pass.
Chris finally wakes up. Haven't seen him play a hand all level.
That's true, actually. I mean, he's sitting there playing a very decent stack, but hey, when you're card dead, you're card dead, right?
Could be worse. Having no hands is better than having second best hands.
If I had Joe's post-it notes, I'd write that one down right now.
Raise. 900, okay?
Raise 100,000.
Good number.
Wow, Tom in so quick before I even had a chance to respond and do exactly the same joke. Good job, Tom. Modern that Twitch chat. Keeping the animals in line, even on Chat Pro Saturday when apparently anything goes.
We have Colonius again with pocket threes, this time on the button, last time from the small blind, but he comes in for the 3-bet one more time. It didn't work out for him the first time. Why don't we try it again? This time at least he has position. I like this time a lot more because of that fact. We are in position. Hand's going to be a lot easier to play. Wakil has the queen of spades. It's an offsuit 9 if he folded there. Oh, suit jack.
Close, but you don't win a prize. I'm sorry.
I think this is the one.
You think so? All right. I mean, I hope so. I mean,
Oh, good question from Reeve on YouTube. Final table, start time. So basically, we've been on air every day so far at 12:30 Eastern, which is 6:30 p.m. Central European time. The final table tomorrow starts half an hour later.
I get an all-in
So
sweat
we're on air
again,
at
pretty
1
much.
p.m. Sorry, 1 p.m. ET, which is 7 p.m. CET.
You got to lose some chips so that you can do it too.
I tried.
Better that way than the other way, though, right? Because if you do arrive half an hour early, you just get to sit and watch a clock counting down. Whereas if we started half an hour earlier, you might miss some of the fun. Kings again?
Okay.
This time for Jonathan Little, who sees an opportunity to potentially double up, moves all in. Colonius was the player who opened with King Jack.
He's got 18 big blinds here. He's been shoving against opens. For some balance here, he's going to do that with his really strong hands as well with King King.
8.
It would look perhaps stronger if he took some sort of 3-bet sizing that wasn't all in.
I don't know.
But I don't think, I mean, he folded the King 10 earlier, it was for less chips. This is going to be harder to call. This is harder to call with.
No 2 again.
No king also?
No king. Nothing.
John gets a couple of 3-bet shoves through, and he's back to a healthy-ish 22 big blinds with over 1 million chips.
1.1 now, huh?
That is the trophy that will be lifted by the winner on Sunday. And a reminder that our live stream from the Bahamas does not conclude with the final table of the 10K PCA main event. We have all 5 days of the PSPC to follow. That is the 25K PokerStars Players No Limit Hold'em Championship. And what's been interesting to see, and I know this because I tried to walk down the corridor earlier on, is that many of the Platinum Pass winners are starting to arrive in the Bahamas. Scott, I know you have a Platinum Pass, but I'm talking about the people who don't normally play live poker.
It's exciting. Welcome party tomorrow.
And yes, all 5 days being streamed.
I don't need the exact count.
It's a guess.
Roughly.
Yeah, that's fine. It's
As we see Jonathan Little shove the button with ace-9, and Wakil decide whether he wants to
Yeah, you
Call
can't
it?
call.
Nope.
Yeah, you can't call it that hand. If it was opened, he could have jammed with the ace-4 suited. Not strong enough to call 22 big blind shove with.
So just to be clear, Jonathan Little was down to 11 big blinds. He's more than doubled his stack without having to do anything. I mean, what I mean is without having to take a flip.
I think he was down to 13 big blinds, but yeah, he's just about doubled. He's now up to 24 big blinds.
That's solid work, Jay Little.
And now he doubles right. If he were to double now, he's right back into the mix with an average stack.
Crazy old Ben Kenobi asks, does the PSPC have a guarantee? PokerStars live events tend not to have a guarantee, but we do know that the 420 odd platinum pass winners constitute around
almost 12 million.
Yeah, that's okay. That's a decent prize pool.
Right. So the prize pool will be guaranteed to be over 20 million.
Wakil raising small to big with the Spraggy, ace-7 offsuit.
Got the old ace-8. He's not folding. You can call or you can raise here. Like just calling in position. Keeping all those hands you can crush.
Hank Steele, it's not just you. We are aware of problems with the stream, and we are on it. More information to follow in the next few minutes.
It was a very surprising fold here. We had ace-8 offsuit in the big blind, in position from a small blind raise. I think we gotta peel and see a flop there.
Diogo on YouTube, control yourself. You've been warned. Not everything goes on Chat Pro Saturday. Is January the 30th, day one of the PSPC? Yes. Thank you for your question.
It's been 4 years and we're just 2 short days away. I am excited. Finally, we're seeing Chris back in there. King, queen. And he's running right into it with the ace-king in the big blind. This is one of those spots where you could potentially even just see it defend with ace-king in the big blind. I think he's probably going to 3-bet, but it's one of those spots that you do not necessarily want him to get to a really big pot out of position on this final table bubble, but he is going for the 3-bet. And this is going to put Chris in an awkward spot. I know he's a guy who doesn't love to fold. He's in position. He's got a pretty good hand from the cutoff. All his options are going to be open to him. He could call, he could fold, he could potentially even raise here as a bluff. King-queen is a pretty good hand to 4-bet bluff with. It blocks all those really strong hands like ace-queen, ace-king, queens and kings. Mortarosian happens to have one of those hands, but makes a good disciplined fold here.
Main client asks James, how long have you been commentating for PokerStars? 18 years. The better part of 2 decades.
Since the beginning.
Almost since the beginning.
Since they started doing coverage. I mean, was there anyone before you?
Yeah, the EPT TV show started in 2004. Colin Murray was the original commentator on the EPT. My first gig was the World Cup of Poker in 2005, and then I started working with Colin on the EPT a year later.
The rest is history.
Sure is.
Two good hands in this format. Ace-Jack suited under the gun, but we're five-handed, so that's effectively the hijack. King-Queen suited on the button. Definitely going to play this. You can call or raise.
That's right, Bagpuss. I am that old. Back in my day, you'd look at Christoph Chick's hand and you'd say, he has an ace and a knave. He is the first player to act to the table, and he's going to play some betting discs into the center of the table.
And he's going to have a jolly good time.
This is a rather frisky play from Mr. Colonius. One should only be re-raising here with the aces or the kings.
They used to call it coming over the top. Meanwhile, Chris opened last time with King-Queen and got raised. Now he has even a better hand. I don't see him folding this one.
A lot of excitement at the moment in the Caribbean about a young whippersnapper called Doyle Brunson. They believe he will one day be winning at the poker. Oh, that brings back memories. So, ace high still ahead on this 9-5-3 flop.
Good spot to continuation bet if you're Colonius. Expect to see a bet here. Last time he 3-bet, he went really small in his sizings. He checks back. I think we can get a lot of those overcard combinations to fold to a decent sized bet there. I'm in Chris's shoes. If he bet, he could have a lot. If Colonius had bet, he could have a lot of his hands, including some hands that Ace-Jack is against, is beating. But when he checks back there in that board, it's generally value. Some ace-kings, some ace-queens, some pocket pairs. Some suited wheel aces that connected, like ace-3 or ace-5. Expect Chris to check here one more time, and if it's checked to Colonius, you should be taking a stab at this pot, trying to get some of Chris's ace highs to fold.
Colonius considering whether to take a stab at this. Doesn't, checks behind. Ace high good at showdown. Chris Chick wins another one. 20 minutes on the clock until the end of this level. 10 players remaining in the PCA main event. Penultimate day of the tournament, playing down to the final 6. Right now on the main stage, Jamil Wakil is the biggest stack with 76 bigs. Chris Chick playing 67 bigs. Jonathan Little still the shortest stack with 22 bigs.
Here we go.
Jonathan Little calling in the small blind.
Might still get in. I'm going to limp a lot from this spot, just so you know.
I'm glad that Chris Chick is amused.
Chris has got a good hand here, but John has over 21 big blinds, almost 22 big blinds. Just like a little much to shove. If he had inside that 20 big blinds, I think he'd be shoving. But he suited ace. I think he could just get it in. He's thinking about, is it enough? Yeah, he's thinking it's just easier to just put it in here. It's rare that John's going to have him in bad shape.
Yeah, I'd recommend not putting it all in with 5-3.
You were bluffing?
No, but if I get snapped,
Of course,
Well,
Chris putting his all in with ace-8 suited.
We are going to step away from this table and go over to the other table, the secondary feature table, where we find the other 5 players still in the PCA main event. And I see a red triangle of death. Looks like we have an all-in and a call. It is Brazil's Alan Melo, who's at risk here with King 3 against Datani's 10s. Michel Datani is a 7-3 favorite here. Melo looking for a king or some strawberries on the flop. If we lose Alan Shake, we will be down to 9. We will hit the redraw. The flop has no king and no hearts. That is going to catapult Datani to an 85% favorite. Melo has 3 outs, needs a king on the turn or river.
Now he needs a king that isn't the king of spades.
Wow, outs reduced to 2. King of diamonds, king of clubs, the only cards that save Alan Melo. The river is a 9. Stop the clock. We are down to 9 players. Alan cashing out for $112,600. All remaining players guaranteed the better part of 140 grand, and we are now going to redraw for seats around the final table. And we will continue playing down to 6 today. 3 more eliminations before we can draw a line under day 5. But congratulations to Alan Melo, who departs the arena.
It looks cooler from like this angle when it's like.
And Michel Datani has had a up and down day. Started strong as the chip leader, lost a huge pot early doors. Got very unlucky. Kings cracked by ace king. Time to stack those chips and draw for seats.
25K.
And this will be their seat for the rest of the tournament.
Correct.
This draw is, you know, a big part of your luck in this tournament, like I was saying before.
So we have got around 15 minutes left on the clock, Scott. So I think the decision has been taken, and I think it's a sensible decision, that we'll probably take the break early. And then when we come back from break with our 9-handed table, play out the rest of this level and then roll straight into the next level. Because it is going to take a little bit of time to get the players mic'd up, get them in their new seat assignments, verify the chip counts. So it makes sense to take that break now and then come back and carry on playing with an extended session. You get an hour and 45 minutes of poker instead of an hour and a half of poker.
Okay. Yeah.
And with a little luck, you'll get into 6 before that even ends, but probably not.
Probably not. And there is a dinner break actually scheduled for this evening because we don't expect it to be quick. I mean, we've referenced a few times that there have been very few super short stacks today. And look, you don't know what the cards are going to bring. It could generate a few coolers, but now these money jumps are ridiculously huge.
We're also relatively deep here.
Yes.
You know, with, 60 or so big blind averages and 90-minute levels. It could take a little while to lose 3 players. It could certainly take a couple of levels.
So the redraw has actually been conducted. The software has allocated the seats. The players are looking at that now. They're seeing where they're going to be from here on out. In fact, I think we can show you the redraw. We can show you the seating assignments. Maybe not. There it is.
It is not in seat order from top to bottom. As you can see, it'll be Jonathan Little in the 1 seat, and then
blink and you'll miss it. That's how we roll.
And Neves is going to be in the 2 seat, and
Hey guys, don't leave me yet, please.
Taylor Parr is going to be in the 3. Chris Schick in the 4. Artur Martirosyan is going to be in the 5. Colonius in the 6. Raymond in the 7. Wakil in the 8. And that leaves Datani in the 9.
Okay, so the players are going to take their seats, move their chips, get mic'd up accordingly. And as I said, while we sort all that out and get the chip stacks verified, there will be a break. The good news is we're not going to then come back from break, play 15 minutes and go on another break. Just to confirm, we're going to add the 15 minutes that's left on the clock to the next session. So 1 hour and 45 minutes of action when we return from break. And I referenced the fact that we are now into big cash money, 6-figure scores for all remaining players. And yes, there is going to be a jump in the prize money now with every single elimination. Next player out is going to get the better part of $182,000. Sorry, $140,000. $182,000 for 8th place, nearly $250,000 for 7th, more than $300K for 6th, nearly $400K for 5th, more than $500,000 for 4th, $677K for 3rd, and then we hit the 7-figure scores tomorrow. $1 million for the runner-up, $1.5 million for the winner, and the PCA main event trophy.
I hope they play a fair bit tonight so that we can get down to the nitty-gritty tomorrow.
Absolutely, that is the plan. Play continues until we're down to 6. Tomorrow, 6 players come back and play down to a winner. So just to confirm, guys, we are taking a 20-minute break, and on the other side of that break, the action will continue. The rest of that blind level and the next level to play as we try to get down to 6 players. Now, PSA, public service announcement, during the break, we are going to refresh the streams. I know many people have been experiencing problems during the last level. We are going to refresh the stream so it will cut out for a few seconds, and we hope we keep everything crossed that fixes the problem. Hashtag trust the widget. So see you on the other side of the break with more action from the PCA 2023 main event.
Yep.
2 monsters here, 4 deuce versus tray deuce, hearts versus clubs. Let's have ourselves a flop.
Clubs, 8 of spades, ace of clubs, deuce of diamonds.
Hit their deuce.
Deuces never loses.
Check and check. Deuce of spades. $600,000.
So trip deuces for both players. Gimbal betting 600,000. Ryman raising to 1.6 million.
Re-raise. Should be 3 million total.
Here's the re-raises. 3 million total. A total bet of 3,006,000.
Boy, this could be just horrible, disgusting, and gross.
Ty makes the call.
Re-raise from Gimbal, the call from Ryman, a pot of nearly 8.3 million. The river card a 7, so this will be a chop, assuming it gets to showdown.
all in.
All in from Harrison.
Does this somehow not get the showdown? That would be incredible.
No.
You can't ever fold a deuce here, heads up, right?
Can I get a total count, please?
I don't think so.
Ty's asked for a count.
10, 12, 14, 6.
It's a pretty big bet. Wow, I don't know.
Problem is that Ryman loses to so many better deuces.
I call.
Call.
He calls, and they're going to chop this pot. And Joe, you know what they say.
Chop.
Everyone loves the chop pot.
3 deuces to the ace 8.
Chops all day.
So many big chops,
so many huge chops.
They love a chop pot.
Nice hand.
That was sick.
Damn, I thought you had like ace something. You're like,
The only thing I was worried about was backdoor spades.
yeah.
Like ace 4 spades, you know?
Nice hand though.
Yeah.
Nice call.
Well, look at this. Previous heads-up matches in the PCA main event. Good luck deciphering that graphic.
Loser. That's a very harsh way of putting it.
Isaac Haxton, what a loser.
Loser.
Ace 5 for Gimbal. This is probably the hand I was thinking about before.
600,000 from Harrison.
All right, well, I'll pay attention again. I hope I'm not wasting my time this time.
$1,675,000.
Oh, I'm so mad at myself. I was waiting all day for there to be a tie pot for Ty Ryman, and I missed it.
75,000 chip raise. Harrison calls. Deuce of diamonds, ace of clubs, 8 of hearts.
Out flopped.
Check. And check.
There's check. A little
7 of spades.
deception from Ryman. Excuse me, from Gimbal.
It's a 3-bet pot, right?
Check.
Yeah. Ryman's still not biting.
2,200,000 from Harrison. Call.
Ryman calls.
River card ace. 3 of spades.
Joe?
Yes?
I think I pump faked you again. I think it might be another hand I'm thinking about.
Damn it, James. I mean, this is a great hand, don't get me wrong.
4 million.
Yeah, exactly. I'm glad I made you pay attention.
I mean, Ryman's played this super cautiously. He hasn't liked the ace all along.
Yeah.
Why ruin it? Why ruin it on the river here?
Call.
Oh, he did.
Ace 5 for aces with an 8-7-5. Ty tosses it away. Harrison's going to take this pot.
It was 4-7.
Gimbal closing the gap. Ty Ryman playing 19 million. Harrison Gimbel has officially taken the chip lead with 26.4 million, more than closing the gap. Now has the advantage as this heads-up battle continues.
Did he just go up $1 million?
I think there may have been an ad break in the original TV show at that point. Ryman raises with 8-7. Ace-4 for Harrison Gimbel. Okay, this is the hand.
Okay.
Nope. Fool me twice?
No,
Shame on you.
Trust me, guys. Pay attention.
All right.
5 of diamonds, 6 of hearts, 4 of hearts.
Okie dokie. Flops the joint. Bottom pair. And the backdoor heart draw.
630,000 from Ty.
Ryman bets 630K.
From Harrison.
Gimbel calls with bottom pair.
10 of clubs.
Gimbel now officially drawing dead.
Ryman very happy to keep betting into this pot.
1.8 million, nearly half pot. Quickly called by Gimbel.
Wow.
Rivers is
7 of hearts on the river. The board gets straightier and flushier.
Gimbel with the ace of hearts blocker. Checks, okay.
4.2 million from Ty.
And Ryman goes big, 4.2 million.
Small one.
And Gimbel shoves.
Wow.
This is so dirty. How do you have the cojones to rep this flush?
This is very sick. I gotta give him respect for this. This is sick.
Ryman lays down the straight.
He folded 7-8, showing an 8 high straight. Harrison takes the
Show it. No, show it.
If he shows it, the match is over.
Live chat pros silenced.
An idiot if you check shove there with this same straight, but
To be fair, that dude reacted like that because he's so drunk. It looks like he folded 2 straights.
Gimbel now with the chip advantage, and some would argue the psychological advantage.
I mean, not seeing it, he gets to think he made a good fold.
I mean, he's calling to chop or lose.
Worried about the heart on the river, worried about the flush, and now raising with 8s. 10s. The hand for Gimbel.
$1,800,000 is the re-raise from Harrison.
I'm all in.
All in, re-raise from Ty.
I'm probably calling, but can I get a count?
10,250.
10 million.
I call.
Good luck.
Call.
I got 8s.
You are dominated, my friend.
For Harrison, 8 for Ty.
10,000. That's 10 million, my babies. Huge, huge prize difference here. $500,000 between first and second.
Plus the title and trophy. And if 10s hold, Harrison Gimbel will be a PCA champion.
Wait, are you sure it's not Gimbal? Pretty sure it's Gimbal. Oh!
Well, this could be all over on the turn. A diamond would make things interesting.
All right, let's see the turn card.
Or an 8. Ryman has an out.
We have a set of 10s against a set of 8s.
This is normally where I ask someone if they folded an 8.
One time! Give me the one time! Hey! Let's go, Ty! Let's go!
It's a jack of spades.
Harrison Gimbel wins the 2010 PCA main event. 2.2 million. Wait for it. He's going to ask him about that hand.
What'd you have on that check code?
I had ace 4.
Ace 4? Yeah.
He's got bluffed.
But he doesn't specify. It could have been ace 4 of hearts.
He knows. He knows.
You guys know I'm a bit of a dreamer, so I hope that one year it is 50%, at least 50%, the rest of the world, 50% America, and maybe one year 75%.
I guess a good starting point, Eric, would be to kind of establish what you do as president of the GPI. What does your job actually involve?
It's you know, we're a very small team, so the title sounds grandiose, but what it really means is everything, right? Everything that needs to be done is done. I'm happy to say that I have a small team, but the team is quite exceptional. So
quite inept.
Yeah, yeah. You guys know half the team. You know, not the best, but we'll keep them around. They don't cost us much, so we'll keep them around.
Cheap is always the #1 quality when putting together a team.
That's right. So #1 role for me is, of course, motivator, as you can see, for the team.
Yeah.
But it's the guy who guide the team, talk to a lot of the bigwigs in poker. You know, we work with partnerships with, you know, it was some of the best in the industry, including PokerStars. We're very happy to be partnered with PokerStars. So a lot of discussions like that. At this time of year during award season, I'm a politician, basically, you know, trying to talk to one, talk to the other, you know, smooth some egos. I'm sure on Friday night I'll have to smooth a few of the egos, which is fine. But it is whatever needs to be done gets done. So a lot of the partnership stuff, trying to create, find work for the team. You know, during the pandemic, it was a pretty rough time for us. So trying our best to find some old results or something like that. So working with the team for that. So yeah, a lot of not necessarily presidential stuff, but a lot of the stuff you'd expect as someone who heads the GPI and the Hendemop.
Eric, as far as your total year-round workload is concerned, what percentage of it is the awards? And then the rest of the year, what are the rest of the percentages? Like, is it keeping track of stats, updating the website? Like, how does that all break down?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, right now, you know, we had because of the date for the awards, and those, of course, are always determined with our partners at PokerGo. The awards are about a month earlier than we'd like, you know, in our usual terms. So we literally had to finish out the year, do our players of the year, which is always stressful, having to recount all the data and make sure everything's fine, and literally have the awards going on at the same time. So right now, it's 100% awards. It's been like that for, I guess, since January 1st or end of December. Mm-hmm. And then the awards, you know, we do take, it's not just a 1 month thing. We've already started working on the 2023 appearance of the awards. That's already started. Our sheets, tons of meetings have already started. What categories we're going to look for
Matt
this year.
Savage has already been nominated in 2023.
4 times, 4 nominations already, including Breakout Player of the Year, which is quite an honor for Matt, you know, given his experience. And then you're right, the rest of the year, you know, talking to the players, seeing if we need to adjust things over on the GPI, and then, you know, talking to clients and all that good stuff, trying to find as many new results, new schedules. You know, we're really pushing schedules on our end as well. The Hendemop has traditionally always been a place for people to go see their results, but to me, it should be a one-stop shop where you can go see your stats as well and upcoming schedules. So that's a big, big priority for us.
I sometimes get the sense that trying to do this, as noble an effort as it is, can be a bit of a thankless task, because there'll always be people bitching and whining and pointing out the flaws. And, you know, Joe raised it already. It does feel quite US-centric. I think it makes sense this year, because if we talk about live poker in 2021, 99.9% of it was in North America. But in previous years, it still felt that maybe Europe now slips under the radar more than it did when it had its own award show.
Sure, and you're right about that. You know, I do find it funny that the Europeans complain, but what about the South Americans? What about the Asians?
No, that's fair. That's very fair comment.
Ripped to shreds too. I'm proud to say that this year we have some categories. The poker personality, which was voted by the fans, has 4 nations represented, including Japan, France, Canada, and the U.S. I think we're building towards that, James. You know, we always say that. Let's not forget that poker is at least 50% U.S. driven in normal years, right? 50% of the players that play poker on the Hennemob are American. 50% of the players ranked on the GPI 300 are American. So we can't lose focus about that too. And it is that there are several talented Americans. You know, it just so happens that Joe flies the American flag, but he could be flying the Australian flag. So, but I agree with you, and I've been very vocal about this. I always come out and say it. I think the BSOP in Brazil is one series that gets totally shut out every year, and that's bullshit. I mean, that is, they do amazing events every single time, not just in Sao Paulo, everywhere around the country.